Hello and welcome once again to another day of CrossFire West League. We are approaching the playoffs closer and closer, and it's getting riskier. I'm Kholio. I'm going to be your host for tonight, and I have with me Mr. Hazem X. How are you doing, Hazem?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Thank you, Kholi, for introducing me. I think coming close to the end of the split and jumping to the playoffs, it's getting more and more intense. And last week and this week is just full of surprises because, as I said in the start of the split, when you just come closer and closer to playoffs, no matter how much practice you had in the off season, no matter how much time you did put in the game, when it's the real competitive environment, when it's the real thing, it just start to switch in the standings, and that's what we saw in the bigger names or even the weaker teams such as TBI standings, for example.
Yeah, 100%. And yesterday we saw a Classico as well between ROC Esports and GG. Which ended for ROC Esports side, and they are still undefeated. They are increasing the gap between them and other teams, and it feels like we said it yesterday. The top one is a bit decided. So let's take a look at the standings to see what's the status of the league right now. We have ROC 8-0 on the top. We have PingPongPals in the second place after their win yesterday against Anubis, and like every other team other than ROC and 999 maybe, pretty close to each other, and anyone can make the top 4. So every game matters right now.
Thing is, what I love about ROC Esports is that they ended last season as top 1, and they still managed to get a better performance than the season 1 because they started to get their first losses within the 5th week, if I'm not mistaken. Until now, they haven't got a single loss. But in their defense, still, and other teams' defense, sorry, every game for ROC Esports is a 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, and still this day it's a 2-1. They haven't got a single 2-0 win. So for ROC Esports, the mission itself is a bit hard, but at the end of the day, they managed to get themselves. But now, what I love about PingPongPals is they're just still there, man, and they're still doing their thing, winning some games, losing some, and as you said, aside 999, everything's close. But I do not think, and I do agree with you here when you say top 1 is already decided for it to be ROC Esports. Now, thing is, top 4, the other top 3, it can change when you win a game or lose one. It will automatically change, and there's this point where it gets tricky because it's only top 4 within the playoffs, and every single loss starting from now is super important for all the teams.
Yeah, 100%. And let's get to the first match of tonight because it's a pretty important match as well. Like two teams that can be competing for the top 4. TBI versus InnerCircle. Like both these teams had a rough day one in this week, let's say. Like IC losing against PingPongPals, TBI losing against Anubis. So both these teams are looking for a win. And for me, to be honest, like I think both these teams are in a really good state because like in week 3, we saw TBI having a very, very nice week. They went to 1, even the loss that they took, it was a pretty close one. IC as well, they are scaling, they are getting in shape a game after another. So I'm expecting a very close matchup. What do you think?
See, and TBI did end week 3 with the 2nd place, and now they moved all the way down to the 7th place, which is a bit hard for them because when you are this inconsistent, you win some and you lose some. You don't want to end up on this position where you, okay, we did win this game, so now we're top 2, but we lost another 2 games, and now we're top 7. So it gets complicated for a team like TBI. They are good in the matters of individuality and teamwork and team gameplay, but it's just the consistency element that misses from a team like TBI. Now, they can get the win, but their win rate is low due to inconsistency. Now, speaking of the players itself, King, Hunt, Booker, Noxin, and Phase C, with no Penguin there and Noxin in, and having Hunt in the team just adds this element of chemistry still within the team. But still, I really want to see them win again because the week that they managed to get 2 single wins in 1 week, it was the most exciting week in my opinion from a TPI side at least.
Yeah, 100%. And let's take a look at the other team against TBI, which is InnerCircle, because like this team, it's pretty known names. It's a very experienced team, one of the most experienced teams we have, and like you can never take them out of the equation. They are always there, and they are getting better and better throughout the weeks. And I think like in this matchup, it's very important for them to show up because like take down TPI, it will build even more gap between you and another team, right?
Exactly.
Because like there is a 1-win difference between them. So if you beat them, you're just 2 wins away from them. So you exclude one team from them.
It's a 1-win with every team.
Yeah.
Thing is, it's super close in the standings, but for IC side, they need this win, and they need every win upcoming for them. See, the thing is with them, when TBI positions and standings are a bit close of each other, as you said, so winning this game is super important for them. Now, thing is, the game itself will have big responsibility on both Alucard and Jinzer. Jinzer being the clutch master of team IC, and Alucard, of course, being the sniper. Speaking about the key players, it's been FaZe forever now, man. I mean, FaZe, of course, the sniper of team TPI, has been doing great. I mean, despite the 2 losses that they had on this week and the week before, if we did see Team TBI and their final shape and final formula, I think they can manage to get the win against IC.
Yeah, 100%. And I want to talk more about the map expectations, because like I feel like TBI, they are really good on some maps, but like on Ankara and Compound, like they did Compound recently. But I feel like they don't have the diversity yet to have like let's say a strong or like a diverse map veto.
And what's tricky is it's been like this forever. It's been like this from season 1. They always go for Ankara Compound, and it's the same scenario. TBI managed to get the first win. No, they lose the 2-second map. I hope this change, ASAP, man.
Yeah, I hope so. And let's take a look at the map video to see if this is gonna change or we're gonna stick to Compound and Ankara. We have Compound, big by TBI again, and Porta's Insider, Eagle Eye for IC.
The thing is, they did ban Ankara. I'm not speaking about IC here. I'm speaking about TPI. Banning Ankara is a big decision from them and a big jump from them, and choosing Compound. Now, leaving Decider as Port is a good decision from Team TPI, since Port is this neutral map where it can go for both sides. Eagle Eye picked by IC. We did see them on Eagle Eye winning some of the games. I think map V2 overall can go both ways, but being Decider Port, this is the matchup where I'm expecting going to a Decider and going 3 matches all the way.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty, like, it feels like both teams have their favorite map, right? Like, they both, I mean, TBI, they like Compound a lot.
True.
I see Eagle Eye, the same. So I feel like this game from this map V2, it has a very high chance to go to Port, right?
Yeah, 100%, because teams level itself is super close and they have their ups and downs. They both have this inconsistency element, as if they do manage to win some games, but they do lose some, so it's just going back and forth for them. Both have their ups and downs. If it was a team maybe like GG, ROC Esports, I'd say it's a 2-0, but who might win? I think it's a map thing at the end of the day, so Compound will go to TPI. We did see them winning a lot of Compound, but if IC managed to win Compound, Eagle Eye would 100% go to IC, ending the game with 2-0. So the only possibility for TPI to win, in my opinion, is winning Compound and then winning Port in the Decider. But winning Eagle Eye, my expectations is a hard possibility, even impossible from TPI side, since IC is super experienced on this map.
Yeah, and I feel like like for you as a TPI or for you as a team to be like your map picks to be like very basic map picks like Compound or Ankara, like these are the maps that you are comfortable on. It's a bit risky coming into the best of 3s, right? Because like most of the teams can play these maps. So like if you are down on your map pick, which is Compound or Ankara, for an example, and you go, for example, this game into Eagle Eye map 2, I think it's very risky. Like you said, like if TBI lost map 1, I think it puts a lot of pressure on them.
Exactly, and the maps that you know is not like New Mexico or Black Widow. It's just the most default maps. When we speak about Ankara and Compound, which have big responsibility to adapt on maps like Eagle Eye and Port.
Yeah, and the game is ready. Let's toss it over to the casters to take us to map 1.
Yeah, it's an interesting matchup today to start things off, TBI and InnerCircle. Look, I think there's quite a bit on the line, actually, for InnerCircle after PingPongPals were able to get themselves another dub yesterday. If InnerCircle want to stay in the conversation for a top 2 spot in the league, they need the win here, and I think they should get the win here, to be honest with you, Panda. I think they should get it pretty comfortably, but I don't know if they've been quite up to scratch so far this season, so we'll see if TBI can cause a ruckus.
Would always be great. But we will see, like you mentioned. Yeah, hey, it's a beautiful day. Be back here for some more Crossfire. TBI versus the InnerCircle, right? Compound. This is gonna be the first map. And we have seen Compound quite often, right? So it's, you know, it's almost what we would expect from TBI here, right? So we'll see. So far, they start off pretty slow. Not much to talk about just yet. Pretty standard positioning here from the InnerCircle. Everyone basically split up. You only have Beck in the Z position there. The rest of the TBI squad looking for some gaps, looking for some informations. Anything would help. It seems like Jinsa will be tested in a minute.
Not just Jin. Kiko's there as well. Bit of a slower approach from TBI to kick things off here on day 3 of the week. We've passed the halfway point of the competition now. So we do have the advantage of being able to look back at the previous results that these teams have faced. We'll talk about that in a second, though, because there is a little bit of a push going through here from TBI into middle. A couple of flashes tossed down. He's clearing that out at the moment. This is no doubt going to end up being a B split.
Yep. They take a lot of time, though, and I don't think they were spotted at all. I mean, look at this. Hunt is a beautiful position there. It was actually going to be Kiko with the first frag onto Noxy, but here we go. He misses a crucial shot, gets the pistol kill anyway, still fighting for it. And if you remember, Hunt loves to fight even when it's a little bit unnecessary, but Alcor and Awesome, they find 2 crucial kills. King and Booker now in the clutch. Look at the damage done to everybody left in the server right now. It's really whoever hits the shot first will win. Doesn't even matter where it goes, pretty much. And look at this. So King has a good position, though. Gets one, though. Awesome goes down. Alucard now left alone in the clutch. 1v2. Yeah, look at that. King precisely with the HK, though.
Yeah, always going to be tough to bring it back in that 2-on-2, to be honest, for InnerCircle. But the fact that they even got it to a 2v2 felt a little scary for a second there for TBI. Good start to the map, though, for them. First round under their belt. We can talk quickly about the result. The last time they faced, it was 2-1 in the favor of InnerCircle. But a very, very close matchup on Compound. This was the map that we saw TBI take away from InnerCircle last time around. It went Eagle Eye, Compound, and Kara. So a little bit of a change up in that third map decider. But Eagle Eye 10-6 for InnerCircle, Compound 10-8 for TBI. There's a world, I think, here where InnerCircle will feel very, very comfortable if they can get themselves a win here on Compound. Going into Eagle Eye has typically been a map that this team, or the core of this team at least, has really succeeded on. So I think for me, Compound is a pretty big barometer for the health of this series as far as TBI is concerned. You know, how deep can they go in this series, I think is largely decided by this map.
Oh yeah, I agree. I mean, honestly, even if it goes to port, I think the InnerCircle might even have a better chance on that map too. But we will cross that bridge when we come to it. Now Jinsa, once again, in a very crucial position. Good nade onto Nox, and there goes a second. Doesn't really hit anything. But if he hits the first crucial shot, he will have a very good time here. Swings in. Almost gets taken out by FaZe. Now he has to go for a risky peek. He gets one. Can he get the second? He's fully blinded by the light. Still gets the second before he's taken out by King. And now Beck gets one another as well. Looking for a second. He's been tested. The M4 does a great job there. Look at that. I mean, come on. The rest of TBI not really helping out. Hunt goes in, finds the crucial kill here. Beck goes down. But three more members to go. Kiko swings in as well, finds him, and that's a clean round here for the InnerCircle. And a big thanks for Jinsa that, you know, he was fully blinded, still got the second kill anyway.
Yeah, that's the power of the individuals here on this InnerCircle roster. And to be honest, I feel like they haven't quite lived up to that throughout this entire season. We'll see a bit more of that. That's clean from Alucard. And he is going to be a big factor in this game today for IC Esports. He's having a good day. Typically, IC has a good day. Jin going to be tested once again. He'll do well enough to get himself one. That's the early information, the early warning that there is a hit towards B happening. And InnerCircle have a 4-on-3 advantage. TBI are going to really slow this round down now. They know that at some point, InnerCircle are just going to have to sort of spread back out across the map. And that will then, hopefully, for TBI, present some opportunities.
Yep, you would assume so. TBI now. They need to come up with something new. Right now, they just regroup towards mid. And Awesome has a good position here. Has to wait for something to happen. Just a matter of time. TBI is still deciding where to go. There comes the smoke, I believe. Oh, it was actually from InnerCircle, so no smoke just yet. There you go. Now Highway is covered. No, it's actually a main covered in the smoke now. So Awesome knows something is cooking. Hunt goes for the wrong side here. Is taken out, but the trade is there from FaZe. Looking for more. It's going to be a little bit slower than I would expect them to. The flash isn't really working out either. Kiko holding a really hard angle there. But again, TBI very slow on this one. They give the InnerCircle a lot of time to work. Now eventually Kiko spots FaZe through the smoke. Doesn't go in too deep just yet. He knows he has the time. He knows he has backup from back. This is perfect. Look at this. Back now gets another kill as well. This was played to perfection. Unless TBI would have found back behind that box first, there's no chance.
2-1 for InnerCircle, starting to look a little bit more comfortable here. On the GR side of Compound, they're changing up their setups as well. Last round we saw quite a heavy 4-man aggression into middle. This time a little bit more of a default setup though. A push out on A long. Again, it is Jin to try to hold on to B, essentially solo, though he does have Kiko who can come across and assist him maybe with a flash if required. I like that from InnerCircle. Changing up their defense is going to keep TBI thinking.
Look at this. About to happen. Alucard misses a crucial shot, but the rest will swarm in. He gets one, almost finds a second as well, but Noxon and Hunt, they will get the job done. Now Awesome has a good position here, but has to wait for his teammates to help him out. It's gonna take some time. TBI given the opportunity to reposition themselves. Booker, clean shot onto Kiko, doesn't even give him a chance. Now Jinsa still waiting a little bit here, not too sure. He doesn't find the entry there at all. There's just too much pressure. But now Awesome with a good timing here, but can't find anything just yet. FaZe, good for 2. I mean, come on. That was a little bit too easy, but luckily for them that Awesome didn't hit anything there.
2-2. TBI not going to go down without a fight. Not the way things are going at the moment, and that's, I think, largely what we're going to expect on this map. Noxon is so lucky to be alive. He must be 1 HP. 1 or 2 HP. Double nade landed right on top of his head, but InnerCircle actually don't know that. Need to be a little faster around here from TBI. Flash comes through. Kiko going to be tested. Good for 1, but no more than that. There's still multiple members here to defend the A bomb site, and they don't have to worry about long. You've got Awesome already on the fast flank. The big push in toward middle. He might catch the C4 in transition. That gets Nox and the trade for Alucard. And Awesome should be in behind these last couple of members. Doesn't quite land those initial shots on the Booker, but with a little bit more effort, gets the job done. And InnerCircle will win themselves another round.
It's actually incredible that Noxon was still able to get 1 frag there, considering he was 1 or 2 HP. Didn't really work out in the end anyway, but Awesome. It's the second time I see him miss a lot of crucial shots there. I mean, he got it done in the end, but that was a little bit too close for comfort in my opinion, but, you know, job's done. So we move on from there. And yeah, TBI, you know, they keep it close, but it's not really looking too convincingly in my POV here, I think, but that's a good nade. Doesn't really hit anything. And yet again, look at this. This is much faster than the other time. It's gonna be Kiko once again in the same spot. Finds one, though King goes for the trade, but Kiko good for 2. Still looking for more, but he doesn't over-aggress just yet. He doesn't need to. He knows he has his teammates in his back. He knows that Highway is covered, so he just takes another position. Swings in initially, gets taken out. Maybe that was a little bit too aggressive, but Hunt. What a nice one-tap here with the cold. This guy is super clean right now. No, awesome. Looking for anything. He swings in. Good timing here. Almost takes out Hunt. And this is good once again. He goes back. But FaZe hunts him down, of course. The former teammates know each other too well. He gets it done. Now it's only Jinza against 2. The damage has been done to Hunt. But he needs to find the bomb and the 2 kills at the same time. He's gonna go for the long way. Comes out of Z here. Doesn't swing right instantly. Takes a little bit of time, which I think is a good decision. But TBI, they repositioned themselves pretty well here. It's just about time, Jinza. He's not giving anything. Look at this. He has to look for everything. FaZe, good position here. Doesn't get the job done. Now Hunt, low HP. He knows time is ticking. He goes for the aggressive pick anyway. He knows he's now spotted. Jinza knows it. Oh, but he can't hit the shot, and that's so lucky for Hunt, honestly.
Yeah, that was super close. I think, honestly, if he doesn't make the decision to spam the wall and he just goes for the wide swing, Hunt probably goes down there. But either way, it is going to be TBI that do pick the round up. Might have been that reload that cost him, just put that a little bit of extra time pressure on. 3-3 is the score. Might be TBI favored after this one, though. That's a nice double from Booker as Kiko and Jin both fall early on, and Alucard gets farmed by Hunt. This round falling well and truly by the wayside for InnerCircle. Beck on his own in the blink of an eye, and that'll be bomb plant down. So TBI find themselves a nice quick round. 30 seconds or less, more or less.
Flawless, by the way. Yeah, ready to go. Yeah, I mean, Hunt always confident, right? The Southern Friday didn't really work out all the time, but worked out a lot of times. So don't really blame him for that. TBI this time around slowed down a lot, but the InnerCircle, look at that. Kiko, slowly but surely working up his way in BC. Jinza holding the long cross. But TBI, nowhere near to be seen around B. They keep it open completely. It's almost like they have an idea that something is up. You have Booker holding the entire B long door, and almost, I would call it. That's a good grenade onto FaZe. Takes him down to half HP. TBI, they work their way up towards A long.
A real chance for TBI to actually run away with this map now if they can get more than 4 on the BL side. That'd be a fantastic start. Fairly forward hold, though, from InnerCircle. Trying something different again. Kiko just bobbing up and down, and the push will come through from Nox, and he's got to be prepared for the trade, and he is. That's huge from Kiko to get 2. Will ultimately fall. There's just too many numbers. Alucard going down on the other side of the map as well will not mean that InnerCircle get too much out of this exchange. It's still a 3-on-3, and that is ultimately still favorable enough for TBI.
Yep. A lot of 1v1s all over the map. Beck, very aggressively, tries to take out Hunt. Not gonna work, just like that. The rest of the squad comes here to help. Look at Hunt once again. This guy, his confidence is insane, but it's gonna be a little bit too easy for him as he goes down. Awesome. Pretty happy with this one. And oh, they're gonna look for Jinza. Oh, okay, they will actually go for the instant plant. Not gonna work out well. Hunt. It's actually King. Excuse me. But look at this. I mean, these 1v1s all over. It's actually a very interesting round, right? So you had next to 0 team pushes at all, right? These were all 1v1s, and in the end, the InnerCircle wins, which is not surprisingly, right? Because when it comes to the individual skill, I think that the InnerCircle might have the better members, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would typically want to agree. Just don't know that they've necessarily been really hitting their level this season InnerCircle. I think players like Awesome has maybe been down on his output a little bit. Alucard, in particular, I think has had a little bit of a quieter season just from, what I've seen, maybe eye test-wise. I don't know what the numbers would say there, if that would be backed up, but I think it has been a little bit of a slower start to this season for InnerCircle, which isn't inherently the end of the world. They're going to hopefully try to pick that up a little bit as they head into playoffs. And if you peak at playoffs, it doesn't really matter how you get there. As long as you do get there, you can still make that run.
TBI. Once again, looking for anything towards belong here. But the InnerCircle, they played very, very back. Almost both on side, just chilling. Waiting for anything to happen. And TBI, they will get belong control without much of a fight. And they will know it as soon as they clear it out. Kiko, you might have seen someone. The jump spot there. Jinza, super ready to go. I'm not too sure if they're actually going to go for this. Usually you just leave one player behind and go back, right? But they don't really have to. I mean, they have king and mid. They have a lot of map control. They know that, you know, this B hit could be it. But Jinza still very patiently waiting. There's a smoke. It's going to make it a little bit more difficult for TBI. Let's see if that's going to stall them out. But yeah, again, TBI take a lot of time here. And it almost seems like, you know, the InnerCircle, they know something is cooking. Now the push will come through. Jinza good for one. Awesome also finds one, but FaZe jumps in with the USP. Finds two. Three, actually. Okay, FaZe. He's ready to go. He's ready to cook. Awesome now trying to get something. But it's going to be so hard through the smoke as well. He's been spotted too. And Awesome. He's been, you know, let's call it mid so far. I mean, usually this guy hits crazy shots, but at least in this game, he hasn't really convinced me yet.
Yeah, that's crazy from FaZe. Nice triple. And honestly, a really, really solid half from TBI. I will say that I think that that is now their map to lose when you get 5 on the BL side of Compound. Just assume that they've got a fairly decent GR side as well. But let's see how InnerCircle do on the front foot first. Yeah, Alucard, 3 and 7 for the map. He's going to have to try and improve on those numbers. He's trying to. He's looking for those picks in middle, but there's nobody giving him anything.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit, let's call it interesting. The InnerCircle, they need to come up with something huge to make this theirs, but it also depends if TBI is going to have a great GR side, because hey, even on Mexico, right, when you would assume, okay, whoever team is on the GR side, sometimes they just lose, right, even though they should be, you know, the team to beat because they have the better side. But you know, sometimes CrossFire is just not what you think. We'll see if this is the case here or not. Seems like the InnerCircle, they take a lot of time. It's been 1:30 and they haven't really done anything just yet. It's a good smoke to cover FaZe. FaZe, he will just swing in eventually, looking for anything. Can't hit the shot though, falls back. And the InnerCircle, they will also just leave one player there, it seems. They stall a little bit. The bomb is nowhere near the scene, by the way. It's 2 players in mid, not sure what the deal there is. But they have to get something done.
Flash going to go through to long. Smoke for middle. InnerCircle might ideally like to wait that smoke out, but I don't know that they're going to have that option. Alucard, his impact is going to have to come a little bit later on in the round. He's going to toss a flash in through middle. Here comes InnerCircle. Decent enough trade for the first and the second. Kiko putting in the big numbers on this map for his side. Alucard, the late lurk in through middle. He's going to spot Noxon out on his cross there, but 3-on-3 for the post plan, and TBI are looking solid to make this one happen. They've got that health advantage. Kiko very low on this tight line. Should be cleaned up and will be. So now it's down to just 2, and one of those players has not been having a fantastic game here. And to be honest, Jin, 6 and 9, nothing out of this world either. Alucard and Jin both going to have to find some form in this round, and that is just impossible, it would seem, as TBI knock them over. That is going to be a 6th. TBI looking very, very locked in here on Compound. And unfortunately, InnerCircle going a bit missing.
Seems like TBI is in a good mood today. I see a lot of laughing people, you know, smiles here and there. It's good to see. Sometimes TBI, you know, you would almost assume they have something that is really bringing them down, but not today. Today they seem very cool. We'll see if that's gonna be, you know, transferred to the way they play. But so far, TBI 6-4. They look good. The InnerCircle, like you mentioned, yeah, it's a little bit underwhelming almost, right? Alucard usually the man to bring down because he's just too good, right? But not today. Nate hasn't really have the best start here, I guess. And once again, the InnerCircle play very slow. Not too sure if this is the right way, right? I mean, I often say like, hey, why don't they just go for a quick push? And obviously, you know, it's not that good because, you know, if you run into a stack or whatever, it's not gonna go well for your team, right? But sometimes the element of surprise is something I love to see, and we'll see. Maybe they have something else in store, as we see they will prepare a mid-rush. The trade is there. Alucard finally takes out one, but Noxon with the flank he takes out Awesome as well. And now the damage has been done already. 3 versus 4. There's nothing to work on. I mean, there's a smoke covering a main. There's nothing really they can do at this moment.
Yeah. Might be time for attack timeout for InnerCircle if this one doesn't go their way, because this game is pretty quickly slipping away from them. That said, Alucard and then Kiko just getting some cheeky entries, and on the basis of some individuals, TBI are going to lose this round unless King does something pretty miraculous. A 1v3. He's got the TRG in hand, and that's not exactly the kind of weapon I think you'd want trying to retake this site into 3 players. Alucard's also spotted him out. Wow. But Alucard's just not in fine form at all, is he? Like, last season, he's hitting that shot every day of the week, man. And probably hits the first one, to be fair. But you can just sense something's not working for Alucard at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, that looked easy. Honestly, that should have been an easy frag for, especially for Alucard, right? But, well, not the end of the world, of course. His buddies get the round done anyway. So, we'll see. Hey, so far, the InnerCircle, even though they don't look too clean, they still get it done. Pushing these numbers closer together. One more for them to break even. But I also noticed that TBI, they don't play as aggressive as they usually do. Maybe they watched our broadcast from Friday where we were kind of, you know, mean. One could almost say. But, well, I don't know. So far, I like what I'm seeing. Honestly, TBI, I prefer a hunt that knows how to, you know, stand still for a while before he just runs in all the time. So that's an improvement.
I mean, I'll take it. InnerCircle will take that last round as well, and that kind of just keeps them in the conversation, kind of peppering away. Slow and steady into this one for both teams. But had that scoreline ballooned out to 7-4, I think it's going to really take some pretty big efforts to come back from. 6-5, though. Very much in the balance. And again, 10-8 was the scoreline on this map last time. Maybe heading in that kind of a direction again. Noxon will open up onto Beck. It's a bit of an ill-fated push. The rest of that push coming through into the B side of the map now, and Kiko gets the better of Hunt, who did miss a shot. They're going to try and get some fast entries in again, and Kiko's just doing so much work, presenting so much space for the team. The trades come through cleanly. Awesome this time. Double headshot from him. And onto FaZe to try to clutch it out solo, which is not an easy task at all. So, scoreline once again equalized.
Yeah, Jinx and Awesome, in this round, they stepped it up massively. I mean, finally they're hitting some insane shots like we are used from them. And, well, here's Hunt being very aggressive towards mid here. Gets one, though. He even backs up, so this is perfect by Hunt. This is by playbook. You get in, you get a quick frag, and you fall back. This is exactly what you would expect from a player from him, right? So it's another very good play by him. And obviously, the InnerCircle, they lose back super early on. now back, obviously being the IGL, he can now control the entire team. He has all the POVs he needs. Let's see if this is actually gonna be, if that actually has an impact on the team. Because usually when the IGL goes down first, that's obviously not what you're looking forward to, but still that can be very significant, right? So we'll see. As the InnerCircle, once again, they group together towards A, it seems, and they will look for FaZe.
FaZe is going to look to try to improve upon this advantage that TBI have got in the round. He's not able to hit that one. Just duck away. Give that space over to InnerCircle. That's fine as a move. Time's ticking away. You do eventually have to give some ground. Flash will buy a little bit more time here for TBI as they try to just have a little bit of a probe into middle, see if there's anything going on there. They're not really spotting too much. InnerCircle backed off and eventually find themselves in Hunt's crosshair. Jin going down. Maybe trying to get a little bit too tricky here in InnerCircle as they're going to go back over towards B with 30 seconds left on the clock. You've already got King set up, ready to deal with that. And it's going to be a fast play from InnerCircle. They need to hard clear this corner, and I don't know that they'll do it with only the 3 players. It's just, you're going to have to make some kind of sacrifice somewhere, and that was a big one to make. So another round in the back pocket for TBI.
Yeah. Hunt with another kill there. Again, steps it up a lot. I think that's beautiful to see. But yeah, I also agree with you. Maybe complicating things is not always what you should do. And with a roster like the InnerCircle has, you could go for more random plays, right? So let's just say, okay, group up here, and let's say they group up in front of mid. They just send it full towards A or highway or whatever, and they work from there, right? So they decide super late where they actually want to go, right? So this makes you a little bit unpredictable as well because you don't really expect that, right? So I think they should try to be more free, right? Because I feel like they play too complicated, right? And against TBI, I don't think that's always the right decision. Maybe against ROC, maybe against Gaimin Gladiators, but not against TBI necessarily, right? We'll see if that's going to be a factor later on, but so far, the InnerCircle, they play a little bit too slow still. They keep the numbers close, like I mentioned earlier, so it is somewhat working what they're doing, right? So, I don't know, but the aggression from Hunt here and there works out perfectly, and I don't see them punishing TBI for doing so.
There's more aggression from Hunt. Forward line being held. Kiko will punish him this time around. That is going to be all of mid pretty much taken by InnerCircle. But still a default spread from them, so no indication as to which bomb site they're going to end up hitting. Awesome has started to try to clear out A long. There is some presence being shown over towards B as well. It's going to be hard for TBI to tell what exactly is going on here, but FaZe just coming back onto the line will pick up Beck. It's going to raise some concerns here for InnerCircle.
Yep, there you go. I mean, King takes out Jinza. Very convincing way, actually, as well. Look at that, how they just clear up A and FaZe is being overrun. Can't really respond at all. And now TBI all grouped up together, looking for the answer, looking for anything to work with. Awesome has a very hard position to hold. It's gonna be difficult. He still gets one though, knocks in. Oh. Another one tap. That's insane. Now looking for auto card. He will just jump in. And there you go. That's the story. Noxin good for free. What a guy. I mean, come on. That looked way too easy for him.
Yeah, crazy round out from Noxin. Big smiles across the board here for TBI. And they secure themselves another 2-round lead. That one coming from an opening kill from InnerCircle as well. Guess we're getting a timeout here. We are. A minute and a half for InnerCircle to try and figure this out. But I don't know, man. It just doesn't seem like they really have the same X factor that this core had in previous seasons. So I wonder if there's something more afoot with this team. But just, you get that opening kill and then they don't really do anything with it. They just sort of hang around and then That re-aggression comes through from TBI. They find a kill or two. And at that stage, the round is going to be very difficult to win from there. So InnerCircle, I'd like to see just a bit more decisiveness out of them.
You know what I just noticed? So
What's that?
us on Friday, right? We were wondering what Beck is doing whenever they have a break, right? So
Yep.
I just saw him get up from his chair, and I think he has a wireless headset, right? So what if he walks around in his apartment, talks to the team, then comes back? I think that's actually, it sounds weird, but maybe that's actually an interesting way to handle things. So by walking around, you might relieve some stress, right? And then he comes back and he's ready to play. I think that's kind of cool.
I wouldn't mind going for a little bit of a walk around right now. Unfortunately, my microphone is attached to my desk, so I mean, I could take the microphone off of the stand, but the cable's not that long, so I might not go very far.
Yeah, I mean, I could do that. I could just switch to the other headset and then, yeah, welcome to the port quality, but I'm fine. But yeah, anyway, so yeah, break for the InnerCircle, of course. They will talk things through. It's going to be Beck that has an idea as he comes back. Hello, Beck, how you doing? And just a second before we jump back into the game, and I'm actually going to be very surprised if that break has some positive impact, but we'll see. Because, you know, historically, I think whenever the InnerCircle took a break, it is more like a 50-50 thing if it works. But again, we will see. Obviously, TBI also had a chance to talk a little bit here. And so far, again, the mood is still good. Everyone is still very, very focused. And yeah, you know, we'll see.
We will see indeed. I mean, it does give TBI some time as well to have a little bit of a chat here and try to figure out if there's a way they want to close this. Hopefully getting back into the game nice and quickly here. As far as TBI is concerned, they'll want that. The momentum is on their side right now. All right.
Gun switches, and it means we are back into the game. And we will... There you go. Okay. TBI, 2 in front. Let's see if the InnerCircle found the answer or not. This time around, we see TBI a lot more proactive there. I mean, you have Hunt, obviously, on the tower. As always, looking for an entry here, looks for anything to work with. It's going to be King that looks for anything towards Belong. So far, very standard once again. They take mid control, they group up in front of B, they look for some picks. If they can find it, they will regroup and consider their ways to go. And on the other side, of course, TBI. They clear up a long. So they know, okay, there's nothing to be seen. A little bit of a setup. Not going to be too successful just yet.
Solid steady wins the race. InnerCircle can't afford a mistake here. They can't afford to let TBI up to 9. This is actually a really good call from them. The flash was fantastic onto King, but they didn't go off the back of it. Maybe they have an idea that they've got him stuck in the corner. But again, this is that indecisiveness that I'm talking about for InnerCircle. They have the perfect opportunity right there to get into the B bomb site. They get a brilliant flash onto King. B site completely left open if they kill King, but they stop. They hold position. Now they're going to go. Beck has finished off King, but in that meanwhile, TBI have, of course, rotated across. So that was the perfect chance to pull a B pop, and while they've gotten that opening kill, that still means that this round is winnable for TBI.
The InnerCircle also knows that some damage has been done. Oh, Noxen not hitting anything there. That's a crucial mistake from him. Now the push will continue. It's going to be Booker that is being tested. No chance whatsoever. He doesn't even get one. I mean, the damage to the InnerCircle players have been done, right? There's a lot of damage, but wasn't enough. And yeah, hey, after the pause, the InnerCircle they actually take the next round. So one more to break things even. And TBI, this could be a very classic scenario for them where they just can't close out a map. And man, come on, they wanted to play compounds, right? So I don't know, they just have to get this map. Again, you mentioned it very early on, right? So if the InnerCircle somehow wins this map, they will have a very beautiful time on Eagle Eye.
Beck knocks over Hunt. There's still a chase in on this map. 8-8 is what InnerCircle are hunting for. What they're looking for, and with that opening pick, they have a good chance of getting there. Yeah, conversion rate on the 4v5s, or the 5v4s as it were, is still a little bit up for debate. Entry into the bomb site. Hasn't gone super well for InnerCircle, but a 2-for-1 is still going to keep them in the discussion here. It's 3-on-3, 2-on-2, as the grenade will find the trade for Awesome's position.
There you go. Bomb will get planted though. Retake situation for King and Booker. Classic. They have done that a million times. We'll see if that's gonna be one of these times where actually everything is working out, but King already goes down, Booker doesn't hit Jinza right instantly after that. It's already down to 7 HP, he's been spotted. This is the worst case scenario for him. He still fights Jinza though, oh, but he got out somehow. He gets one, Alucard. If he gets that defuse, oh, he could have sticked it there. Alucard goes for a big swing, he gets it done. I mean, hey, honestly, it was a little bit too close in the end, but I gave him a great chance there. Somehow he made it work when he jumped out of that window unspotted, though.
8-8, though. This is the tipping point, isn't it? This is the point at which TBI was able to win this map last series. They got it to 10-8, but InnerCircle on a bit of a rampage back into it now. 2 in a row. Confidence is going to be high. And if they could get this over the line, get these last couple of rounds, make it 10-8 IC, I think Eagle Eye, it should be their map. Has been their go-to for a little while, or it has been a go-to for them. So really hanging in the balance. Maybe an OT to start the day off as well. It's not out of the realms of possibility.
No, I don't think so. I think whoever gets the first number 9 on the board will get the job done, but TBI, again, very classic for them to be unable to, you know, close down the map, but not yet. Everything is still possible. King is about to be tested. Smoke is good cover, but Beck has an idea. Look how close he is. As soon as he gets a little bit of vision there, King, he needs a quick response. There comes all the utility in the world. He's hiding in behind that corner. He does a good job. Gets 2 though. Alucard gets the trade, but that's beautiful from King. So TBI now in a very good position to win this round though.
Yeah, most definitely. Although 4v3 does probably mean there's still going to be this 2-2 split on the sites, and for InnerCircle that means numbers advantage on the entries to the sites. And that is going to help out as well. Spots out 2 though, Noxon, so I don't know if that's going to prompt a rotate. If it does, we do have some coverage in there from a lot of these InnerCircle players in middle. And rotate is coming across into GR spawn at the moment. But a very loosey-goosey kind of a style here from InnerCircle. Individuals required to step up. FaZe on the site, can't get anything done. Awesome taking him down. It leaves Booker solo, and Booker had a nice 2-on-1 earlier on in the game, but this one is going to be a tough ask. Alucard is 6-0.
Yeah, I mean, again, there's a beautiful setup here from the InnerCircle. Basically unlosable. They just play the body system. Even if one goes down, they will still win this round. And yeah, the InnerCircle on number 9. And TBI is surely sweating right now. This has to be a timeout, right? I mean, if not now, I don't know when they will have a chance, because this is literally their last chance unless they push it to overtime regardless. But yeah, here we go. Timeout has been called, and what do you think? I mean, TBI, they started off great, right? But then all of a sudden, the InnerCircle, after the break especially, they come back, right? They came back, they got the job done, and it only requires one more to finish the entire set one. So TBI, what can they do?
Yeah, good question. They're going to have to answer that one themselves. Looking a little bit grim on their faces now. It's 3 rounds in a row that they have let slip, and they were definitely the team that was in the position to win this map. Now that's a real caveat. That's a real question mark. So Hunt going to have to try and find a way to rally the troops here a little bit. Which will potentially be easier said than done. So I don't know, like, what can you really say here to make a change up? It's not as if the setups have necessarily been bad for TBI. Just not quite hitting that same stride as what they were earlier on in the piece. And certainly Alucard coming back into his own in his second half is making a huge difference for InnerCircle. You see why we talk about him as being such an important player. The difference that he makes. I'm going to get back into it, though. Could be the final round of the map.
Absolutely. I mean, this is why we said it, right? Alucard, of course, he can be the playmaker. He has done it a couple of times in the past. He's still doing it. Now let's see the InnerCircle this time around. Seems like they have a little bit of an idea. A little bit of a faster approach. King. Almost at the same position. He had a good time the last round. He gets one. Looking for a second. Kiko swings in, takes him out. But this time around, there's one more player they have to catch. It's Booker. In a very difficult position, though. It's about timing and a little bit of luck. Gets it done. He finds one. Looks for more. It's the question, should the InnerCircle go deeper than that? I don't think they should. Kiko still looks for more. There's a little bit of a backup coming. It's Hunt holding that door. I think it's a beautiful setup here from TBI. It's unlosable. Almost, unless Kiko hits an insane shot onto Hunt and Booker misses a couple. But again, I think the InnerCircle are gonna stall this one a bit. They want TBI to, you know, get all the attention towards B, and you still have the bomb in BC just waiting for anyone. But yeah, hey, so far so good. TBI, they make it interesting. They look very good in this round. We'll see if that continues to be so.
I definitely want to be seeing InnerCircle call the cancel on this one. You can't just be sticking around like that. Booker pushing for information, gets the kill onto Kiko. It looks like we're going to OT. Alucard on this line, needed to hit that shot to get them back into the round. Doesn't seem like it's going to come together here for InnerCircle, but Awesome and Alucard with the 2-on-4 attempt. And still give this one a bit of a crack. Flash out into middle. Awesome going to try and clear that out. I mean, if they make the call to go A, this could happen. But if they go B, I'm sorry, I don't see that one happening at all. 3 players locking down the B bomb site. FaZe, though, to his credit, playing a really, really safe line on long. And time ticking away. This is really problematic for InnerCircle. They've got to get the bomb plant shortly. And already, TBI on the move back over towards A. They know the jig is up. And so, this is near impossible for InnerCircle. It will be, as it's just now Awesome left alive. And that is the round over and done with. And we are heading to OT for the first map of the day.
Yeah. A little bit surprising to me, because I feel like the InnerCircle, they had a good idea towards Belong in the beginning of this round, but yeah, continuing with the aggression, even though you have lost a couple of members already, it wasn't the greatest idea. I mean, I give him some credit, but again, it didn't really work out. And yeah, TBI, they were given a chance to come back on their map pick. You can tell Hunt very happy about this one. And yeah, I mean, they played it pretty well, right? They didn't really give it too much of a doubt, right? I mean, even though they lost a couple of members, they still were tight. They still were waiting for the opportunity. In the end, they closed down. Even, I think it was Booker coming from behind, so he wrapped around. And yeah, that was just perfect, right? So TBI now in a good position to make things right. But obviously the InnerCircle, not happy about this one. So it's not the end of the world. They came back, but now TBI, they found a way as well, and it's King that has a lot to talk about.
Yeah, I think ultimately, in attempting to close this map out, it isn't the second half that was really the problem for InnerCircle. Just let a little bit too much slip in that first half. They could have got themselves that lead, that 5-4. This would probably have ended up being a 10-8 scoreline, but didn't happen. And so here we are. Everybody waiting to get into the OT. Looks like we're ready to go. So 9-9.
Back into the action it goes. TBI again on the BL side of things, which, you know, worked out pretty well for them. Let's see if this is still the case for them, unless the InnerCircle figure it out. It's gonna be Jinza on King's favorite position. Ooh. The smoke is good. It takes away a lot of vision from TBI, but it's not necessarily a wall. Good nades into Hunt. It's a good damage. Yeah, not very surprised that, you know, TBI continues to push towards mid now to gain back some map control. But yeah, so far so good. TBI, they take it slow. They don't want to rush things just yet. Looking for more information, maybe a potential pick. I mean, it's most likely FaZe in tower, but again, back was close, but then he backed off into highway once again. And yeah, so far, so good.
Yeah, another very, very slow round here on Compound. No team looking to try and take this one too quickly. I mean, look at the positioning right now of TBI. All the way back, almost towards the BL spawn, is King rotating through to try and get that C4. So we're not going to see any shenanigans too early on in the piece. It's a bit more of a forward hold out from InnerCircle, and Jin just trying to make some probing moves. He will be able to spot out Booker, but can't do too much with that information. Apart from maybe pre-rotate an extra player off, there wasn't too much presence in pillars here. A lot of util going down in middle. TBI signaling their intentions to take that area of the map away.
Yeah, I mean, look at the timer right now. 20 seconds to work with TBI. A lot to do in that time, though. Back, I think he spotted him as well. So this is going to be a very difficult push for TBI, especially if they don't clear out back. And this is almost a critical mistake here. I mean, he eventually is taken out. Awesome. Finds Booker, though. The damage, look at Noxin and FaZe. Oh boy, this is all a little bit too dangerous. And yeah, hey, the InnerCircle, they got it done. It looked a little bit too close for comfort for a second, but then all of a sudden, they get all these frags, everything they need to have, and the InnerCircle now in the lead, 10-9. It's only a couple of more rounds before they will close down the set.
All right, run it back. InnerCircle definitely have been the better team in the back end here, and you're right, it is them that is leaning in the direction of a victory at the moment, but it doesn't necessarily mean that TBI can't go back on a bit of a run of their own.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, everything is possible, as always. We have experienced that a couple of times now. Regardless, back again, gets a lot of info. I think he spotted them. At least one. Gives a lot of information to, you know, the InnerCircle. And you can tell, 4 players very close to A. That's an insane stack. Unless they decide to go to B. And, you know, seeing Booker there, I think there's a fair chance they might end up towards B, but we still have to wait and see. There's so much time to play with. I mean, they don't even need to go for anything just yet. I mean, they have a lot of map control right now, and they don't really need to give it up, but it seems like they're actually gonna. And, well, TBI, that's an interesting round. I mean, honestly, they had a good pick, they get back, and they still decide to fall back, and this gives the InnerCircle too much time to think to overthink potentially. We'll see. It's going to be, I think, yeah, that's Alucard that might have an idea. It's actually going to be awesome that we'll see the A long push coming. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, nice 1-2 punch setup with Alucard and Awesome, but it is going to require Awesome to get the first kill ideally. Hunt goes down in middle, which does relieve a little bit of pressure on these A defenders. Oh, I don't know about this position. Awesome, you cannot be getting caught in transition. And he almost does. He does spot them out on their way through. Alucard's just going to stay tucked in the sights as he runs back on in, but I don't know. InnerCircle, getting very antsy to try to hold that bomb site. They had a good setup, and then for some reason, they start making moves with 10 seconds left on the clock instead of holding their lines. And it's going to cost them the round.
Yeah, remember about overthinking? I think that just happened there. I mean, the timer was almost running to 10 seconds, and then, they thought, okay, this is way too long for an A hit. So they decided to, okay, let's go towards B. And that just didn't work out for them, and even in this round, Noxen takes out Awesome. They gain a long control, which is ideal for them because now they have a lot to play with. But InnerCircle, they pushed it. But right now, TBI looks like they have a good idea about InnerCircle. I mean, they just played slow. They play a little bit confusing almost. Like I said, they gained mid control, then they fell back. This, again, gave the InnerCircle too much time to think, and even in this round, they get a good pick towards A long. They come back or submit and go to B, and it's gonna be Jinza again in the same position. That's going to be tested. He will be given a lot of control, a lot of info actually. Look at that, 2 free good kills here. That's an insane amount of kills to save this round potentially. Alucard, of course, who else? Gets yet another kill. Booker goes down, and King. Yes, he has the bomb, and he has a lot of time to play around with. He's been spotted too. I mean, if he gets one somehow, that would be insane. That's an interesting plan. He's very confident about this one. He swings in. Can't really find anything. I mean, that could have been the change up here, but not this time around. And the InnerCircle, they get it done.
Yeah, tight finish in the end. I mean, look, King had the C4. He could have managed to make something out of that one. It's a decent first half as far as InnerCircle are concerned. They've had one bite at the cherry already. Might get another one. They can win the first round here in the second half of OT, but they are moving back over onto BL side, which had been maybe a little bit less favorable for them. It was, 5-4 in the first half, either way, favoring BL. So I guess the precedent is set that you expect a little bit more out of your BL side in this matchup.
A lot of talking going on. Jinza seems to communicate a lot right now. But yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more with you right now. InnerCircle, they look pretty good. They look very convincing too. TBI, on the other hand, they had a couple of great rounds as well. Even though, hey, we have to consider they were on the BL side of things, where they were pretty convincing in the beginning of this match, right? So now they are back to the JR side, and the InnerCircle, they they looked somewhat convincing on the BL side, but not as great as they were on the GR side. So we'll see. This is second half here of the overtime. So we'll see this time around. The InnerCircle, they already group up towards mid. The grenade. It's not going to do too much damage, surprisingly, actually. It looked like it's going to hit the target there, but not going to happen. Ooh, look at this. They're not wasting any time. Hunt tries to spray down some members through the smoke. It's not going to hit anything. A lot of attention giving towards mid here, which I think is a good idea, but InnerCircle, they still haven't really decided what to do just yet. They just don't have anything to work with yet again. But last time when I said that, they still found a way, and it seems like they're gonna explode towards a main here. This is a great idea. Oh, this is a little bit challenging here for back. Kiko, good for one, trades it out. There's no one would clear the upper position there. Surely not Hunt. Will find one, he will find two before Alucard takes him out, and yeah, there's just some couple of trades here and there. Booker with so much aggression towards the InnerCircle. They get it done. That means a lot to them. Look at Booker just yelling at his friends here. And yeah, hey, TBI, they played it pretty good. They had a good call and worked out.
Yeah, back to even now. 11-11. This one is going to go the distance. We're pretty much going to the maximum rounds you possibly can, which has been pretty representative of this matchup. Wouldn't have minded seeing InnerCircle just throw something a little bit quicker in there. I think they missed their window. If they just go quick into A, I like them, but I'm not sure what has prompted that push from Booker. You know, it's 11-11 in OT. And you're going for a really, really long push against a team like InnerCircle who sit and do nothing for 2 minutes. Like, that is a ludicrous decision as far as I'm concerned. I mean, you know that InnerCircle is a team that likes to play default and likes to wait the round timers down, and Booker just gives up his life like that. 5v4 now. That is a bad move for TBI.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think it's a nice idea to pull out, but again, considering how the InnerCircle plays, it's not gonna work out great. Look at that. TBI trying to survive right here, and they do a great job. TBI gonna be FaZe left alone. Awesome is down to 1. Well, make it 7 HP, I guess. The bomb is good, but FaZe has to hit an insane shot onto Awesome, and he gets it done too. I mean, it's FaZe after all. And now Kiko in the clutch.
Oh my god. I was going to say, it's really well played actually by InnerCircle in that 2v1. You know, you send Awesome first to draw the shot. Worst case scenario, he goes down. Kiko's able to collect the C4 in the time that the sniper rifle is being recocked. And that's what happened. So, well played by InnerCircle in the end. In an ideal world, they would have just wanted the quick trade, but still works out in the end. And 12-11, again, another map point available here for InnerCircle. Hard to argue that they haven't been slightly the better team on this matchup, I don't think, but they haven't yet shown us that. They haven't yet guaranteed themselves the victory here. It could come in this round.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, there's a fair chance that TBI has an idea and they find a way back to bring him to the golden round here, but realistically, that's just classic TBI. And yeah, of course, shoutouts to Penguin here. I'm pretty sure he watches the stream right now. There you have it. It's the same thing over and over again. TBI, they could have finished the game already, but all of a sudden we are here close to a golden round scenario, but never say never. It's still very possible here, TBI. If they find a way, that would be insane for them. Unless the InnerCircle find a way to close out this round here. And again, hey, if we are going to the second map, which is Eagle Eye, of course, that would be insane for the InnerCircle. But we'll see King yet again. King does a great job on this position. He always gets at least one. A guaranteed kill for kill, right? So it's an even trade. And right now, of course, the InnerCircle do the same. Actually, they don't do the same. Last time they were sticking around, and that kind of broke their neck. But this time they leave Jinza behind and decide to go towards mid, which I think is a good decision to do. We'll see if that works out, though.
Couple of players stacked in on that B bomb side. Hunt gets the better of Kiko, and Awesome and Alucard just get cleaned up by Noxon as well. Raw aim and firepower gets TBI that round. And here we go. Golden point.
Yeah. All the way. All the way. Yep, we're here right now. I mean, if it takes all that to decide who's gonna be the winner of set number 1, we will go there. It's not gonna be something that is super unexpected. Again, before this match, I was kind of debating, like, not too sure about the InnerCircle and TBI. Obviously, the game is gonna be close, but I didn't expect it to be that close. But here we are right now. One more round to go to decide who's going to be the winner. And again, I feel like if the InnerCircle gets this one, this would be insane for them. Because, again, they will be having a great time on Eagle Eye. But maybe TBI has something in store when it comes to Eagle Eye as well. But we will see and find out in just a minute.
Indeed we will. TBI pushing 2 players forward out of B. A smoke off this attempt at a push or this setup that InnerCircle are going to have. So, once again, a reset for InnerCircle. And as we mentioned earlier on, InnerCircle love to play slow. They love to wait that timer down. They love to set up default, and that's exactly what they've done again in this round. It hasn't given them a freebie in the case of Booker's push last time. Wisely, he's learned from that. There'll be a lot of util exchanged in middle, but no damage coming off of it. And sooner or later, InnerCircle are going to have to make their move.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. That's actually something I learned at CFS. You know, the other teams always were saying, like, why are the West teams using so much utility in the beginning of a round? And it's something that is very true when it comes to the West teams. I mean, look at that. Almost everyone has used all of their, you know, utility. Some trades are being given. Not too sure what's going on there. Jins of Heinz King, though, that's it's an even trade, but Booker's almost dead, man. I mean, I don't know. This is looking a little bit too scary for the InnerCircle for a second here, but Booker goes down. That's insane. That's a critical kill here. That might be the decision kill here. Let's see if Awesome is going down to Hunt. Hunt actually misses so many shots. FaZe, no. The OG, of course, has to clutch. There's one more to go. I mean, FaZe, he's in a beautiful position now against Awesome, his former teammate. The HP is low, he gets it done. That's an insane kill. And you can tell Awesome very relieved by this one. Same as Alucard. I mean, come on. FaZe, he almost got it done. The 1v3 clutch with the USP. Not gonna happen this time around. And yeah, set number 1 is going to the InnerCircle, though.
Yeah, Awesome is extremely lucky that FaZe decided to peek there. If he had not, and just decided to sit the defuse, Awesome's lost that round already. I mean, he's got no HP. He basically, the one way that he wins that round is that FaZe peeks him and that he hits him in the head. And that's exactly what happened there for Awesome. So a sigh of relief definitely is what's required there from Awesome. Tell you what, though, that was one of the maps of all time. I'm not super impressed necessarily by what I saw on either side. We'll see what the analysts have to say about it.
Awesome managed to finish off the series, or like the first map between TBI and IC, which is a very, very close map. We expected it to be close because like IC, we said they are pretty good on compound as well. But golden round.
Man,
yeah.
that was super close, man. Since the start of the game, since the early. I mean, sometimes it's just the mid and the late game that is super close between each other. But no, this game started 1-1, 2-2, 2-3. 4-3.
Yeah.
It's just super close from the start of the game. Honestly, I thought from a prediction of the map and from the TPI choice of compound that TPI is going to win compound. We're going to move to Eagle Eye, and the rest goes on and meet and report. But the last round did tell us a lot about the playstyle. FaZe from TPI always had his clutch of the year, man, clutch of the season with a 1v3 scenario. He got Alucard, he got Kiko, and he was killed at the end. I mean, still also was a bit lucky at the end, but man, what a game overall. Since we're going to see the highlights, I want you to focus on the scoreboard more and more, because you're going to see around here, around there, and it was from the start of the game till the end of it, it was super close. Now, I don't think we should, there is no player that was absent in terms of individuality or in terms of working with the team, because I think 10 players were just going, you know, ham in the server. But it was super close from both teams, actually. Thing is, next map though, what's going to happen? It might end 2-0 here, because the map that TPI did love and enjoy playing, they did lose it. It was super close, but they really needed that win.
Yeah, and throughout the rounds, like I feel like whenever there is someone that have to clutch, it appears to be Awesome on the screen. And through the set summary, he's the highest KD as well for IC. He had a very incredible game, and he managed to clutch the last. I mean, it's a clutch versus clutch, right? Like it's FaZe versus Awesome, but like Awesome. He got fortunate because like FaZe peaked and made it a bit easier for him. But like overall, it's a very close map. It's a very close set. And for the second map, Eagle Eye, I feel like IC might have an advantage. I don't think we will see the same like
same tempo, same rhythm, and
competition in this map.
exactly. I do agree with you when you say we won't see the same competition. Speaking of being super close, the game going back and forth like this, but still, I would see competition from TPI because what they need right now is to reset their mental and just go from as if it's a best of one. We need this win because coming closer and closer to the playoffs, TPI did taste how it is to be on the top 3 positions, and not even the top 3. They were the second place on the standings right after ROC Esports, so they don't want to end on the 7th place again. They want a revenge, and I think we might see tonight TPI, if they have what it takes, they would take over IC and jump us into port. And best believe, Julio, if we go to port, it's TPI land because they just want it and they need to revenge. But if IC want to end it, their chances to end it is right now on Eagle Eye.
Yeah, and like, what do you think is like, what's the difference between TBI in week 3 and week 4? Because like in week 3, we've had they are on the same page more. They are playing together as a team. Like, I mean, this map, it was good. They had the right idea. I mean, even in the golden round, we saw King flanking on the mid, and he had a very good position. They have a good read, but it felt like maybe they are underperforming in terms of the accuracy of their shots in the game, or what exactly is happening?
What upsets me the most from TPI side is that they are super inconsistent week from week. So one week you find them like just going ham. You'd say that they are the best players in the league. Another week, you'd see them losing from 999 or some of the weaker teams in the league. They do need to work on a consistent pattern of, okay, no matter how players are feeling, the mood of the day, how certain players are feeling, which is going to jump in, the same chemistry, same rhythm, same tempo. If we start early in a good way, we start early in a good way. Even if you slowly climb your way to the top one, let's still do this and let's still manage to get ourselves some wins. But that's not the case for TPI. If anything, they do lose some games, but they do have their days. But that's a good thing. It's a double-edged weapon at the end of the day. TPI do have the individuals that needed to win, but they just need to work on this consistent element to, manage to get some wins for themselves.
Yeah, let's see if they're gonna take us to port, or will IC finish on Eagle Eye. The players are ready and the game is ready. Elfish and Padding, so you have the mic.
Yeah, thank you guys. It's a good question. Obviously, Eagle Eye is in the making. Not too sure how this one will, pan out, but we'll see. We'll see. It's always interesting to see Eagle Eye in the mix. I love this map, right? I wish we see it more often, but sometimes we get to see it once or twice. So yeah, I don't know what about you, but I think the InnerCircle will have a great time right now.
A great time? I don't know. I mean, maybe it's a little bit of a stretch, I think, but this matchup feels very, very tight. I would lean InnerCircle favored for this map in particular. They try something fast out of the gates, and it initially looked like it was going to work, but there was quite a heavy stack actually over on A, so numbers there to defend with has resulted in a player advantage for TBI. Health advantage, maybe not quite so much, as Hunt and FaZe are both tagged up a little bit. But look, I mean, as the round slows down, we've obviously got some time to chat here, and I think InnerCircle should be favored on this matchup, but in saying that, TBI have been playing quite a bit of Eagle Eye this season, actually. To mixed results, it has to be said, but it's not as if they're strangers to this map, so I wouldn't say that this one is too far out of the realms of possibility for TBI to bring back.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's obviously always a chance, right? So you give TBI the benefit of a doubt. Like you mentioned as well, they had some appearances here as well, so I don't know. Obviously, the first map could have been theirs too, considering as well it was their map pick. It's a little bit of a stretch, but again, we'll see. As Hunt picks up Alucard as well, and this makes the round for Jinza even harder, as he, has to do all that work to get a chance. I mean, he spots FaZe. His position is now known to the rest of the TBI members, and just a matter of time before he will be spotted. This is a little bit awkward. FaZe misses a crucial shot, and he has to back off, but King is there to save his buddy, though. Not gonna be a huge issue, right?
No. Could have been. It's all good in the end. So, run it back into round number 2, and yeah, not quite as quick of an approach this time for InnerCircle, seeing as it didn't work last time. They'll have a bit more of a probe towards B long. Noxon is hiding behind that smoke for the moment, but he doesn't actually have any backup at all. So if InnerCircle do decide that they want to go through this, they do want to fight it, he's going to inevitably at least get traded down, if not just killed straight up, and Kiko does the latter. That is again an opener for InnerCircle.
Indeed. Face. Not being able to, hold down the hotel area, and Kiko's on a rampage right now. Come on, he gets free. That's insane from him, and also only Booker. Booker completely left alone. He can't almost believe what he's seeing right now. Kiko even looking for more, but it's not gonna get it just yet, unless there's a timing. Booker doesn't seem to be super interested in moving just yet. Unless... Nah, he has to move eventually. I mean, the bomb has been planted, 1v5. Surely there's a maybe 2% chance that he will get it done. He finds Kiko though. He finds Awesome. The percentage just got a little bit higher now. We'll see if he's able to get 3 more. I mean, that would be insane. But the positioning here from, the InnerCircle is next to perfect. I mean, there's only one way, and yeah, Beck will get it done. That's the first round for the InnerCircle though.
Yep, pretty solid looking round. To be honest, the first round could have potentially gone that way as well. They just kind of needed one more trade on that A bomb site, and InnerCircle would have run over it, but it didn't go that way. So 1-1 is the scoreline in the end. Hotel hold this time for Noxon, not quite as forward on B long, but still equally as isolated. And InnerCircle, you look like they're headed in this direction, although it is a bit more of a default setup. So I don't know that they're going to overcommit to this, at least until the smoke has faded. There's one for Beck. Pretty damn nice opener once again. Hayes is going to try and pull it back. It's actually going to be King with the grenade that does get the finishing blow onto Beck. So 4v4 and everything will slow down again.
Yeah. That's the way the InnerCircle likes to play. Slow and steady. Hunt in a good position to find some of these InnerCircle members, but he's been fully flashed, can't really do much from his position just yet. Booker does a good job of dancing around the corner there, but gets taken out in the end anyway. Hunter's still alive. Hunter's still breathing though. He could still do a lot of damage, but the timing's a bit off, and yeah. This was a pretty clean round here from the InnerCircle. They got it done, thankfully, because, Hunt was fully blinded forever there. He couldn't really do anything from his position. He wasn't even last alive for some reason. It's kind of insane. But yeah, here we go. Finally, a little bit of a dominant round here from the InnerCircle.
I'd say the 2 wins that InnerCircle have looked dominant, and the 1 loss that they had could just come down to some decent shots on the hold from TBI. It wasn't necessarily TBI that, look, obviously they won the round. I'm trying to say, I think that was a round that could have gone either way, and Alucard with a nice opener here onto Hunt sense that there is a much higher level of comfort on this map for InnerCircle than what there was in comparison to Compound. TBI are looking a little bit outclassed right now.
Yeah, but then you have Booker, who's insane with the HK, man. I mean, this guy has been hitting shots ever since this gun was given to him, and yeah, that's just insane, really. I love to see Booker play with that gun, but yeah, hey, that's a good pick onto Alucard, considering he's been super clutch for his team. But of course, the rest, like you mentioned, the InnerCircle, they feel a little bit more confident. And Eagle Eye so far, and Noxon is alone. He's been spotted, and it's just a matter of time before the rest of the squad finds him. As Kiko's also insane. I mean, this guy hitting some insane one-taps with the AK, though.
And Kiko's having a really good day, isn't he? Was probably the standout over the first map, just in terms of the entries that he was able to get. And doing the same here on map number 2. Hunt going to try and change things up. He's getting very aggressive, and this is a pretty unorthodox play, but he'll miss the shot, and he's gone on his own. That's the problem. Nice trade back from FaZe. Where was FaZe? Over on B Long as well. I think if you're going to pull that kind of aggression out as TBI, I'd like to see multiple players making that push. Either way, back in on toward that A bomb side. Booker's position a little bit overlooked somewhat. Awesome, though. Going to be gathering that information. Lasts longer than he should have, and that opened up the trade for Kiko, but he still is going to fall. Now it's on to Alucard 2v1. He has to come in this direction, and he knows it. TBI know it. The bomb is dropped. Noxon needs to be careful. He doesn't make a wrong move behind the box, but it's as if Alucard has X-ray vision. Just slams him straight through the box, and now it's FaZe v Alucard in the 1v1.
FaZe.
Oh yeah, big miss.
Ended the round there. But I think, honestly, in the beginning of the round, I think that FaZe would have found the frag regardless of Hunt, right? So Hunt died there for no reason, I think. If I saw that correctly. But yeah, the move from Hunt necessarily wasn't a bad one until he decided to overpeak, right? So when he had all the map control in the world, he could have said, okay, look, this is all I have right now. Let's use it to our advantage, right? Because the InnerCircle, they have to gain it back, but they have to find Hunt first. So with him pushing into, the connector there and jumping out in front of everyone, that didn't really do the trick, right? So a huge potential to bring this round to their favor, right? But didn't really work out. Alucard, good timing here onto FaZe. Good smile here from him. And yeah, that's a very, very close round, but they get it done.
That's the important point. And again, InnerCircle continuing to pile those rounds on, which is bad news. And that aggressive push into middle from TBI, it's worked out in the sense that they've got themselves a 1-for-0, but they're going to still have to fight for this position.
Well, that didn't really work out. That didn't really work out, right? So FaZe will go down, knocks in a second, and King not gonna be overlooked. Maybe he finds a little bit of damage onto Jins as well. And Hunt, of course, tries to save this round all by himself. Booker does a great job doing so as well, but it's gonna be Alucard once again. And Alucard, we have talked about him a million times. This guy can be super clutch. He almost gets it done in this round as well, but not this time around. He can't be the clutch master all the time, and the rest of the InnerCircle also can't always rely on him, right?
Just strafes back into the pre-fire from Hunt. He might have held on for a half a second longer. Hunt stops firing. He can strafe out there, but you're not to know necessarily. So 4-2 the scoreline. TBI get themselves at least one back. You can see TBI are sort of trying to change things up. They've tried to go aggressive. They tried to send one player aggressive. They tried to send multiple players aggressive. They've tried playing 3B, 3A now. So they are keeping it a little bit busy on this GR side, which is causing InnerCircle to have to think about these rounds. And the sniping's not been too bad on this GR side from TBI. Noxon's looking for more. Jin in the sightlines, in the crosshair, but it'll actually just stick around way too long. Noxon also falling, and King now as well. Kiko continues his insane run on the BL side of this map and gives InnerCircle a 2-player lead.
Yeah, I mean, King jumping off that bridge, literally, wasn't really the best way of saving this round, and now it's all falling apart. FaZe, once again, last man standing, not able to get anything done from his position as Alucard finds him through the smoke. And yeah, I mean, the InnerCircle, they look so much more convincing. I mean, 5-2, that's a good lead to start things off. And honestly, the aggression from TBI towards mid worked out pretty well. I wonder why they don't really do it again, because, if it works, it works. And Booker, very aggressive, not able to find Awesome, but his position has been spotted. And of course, FaZe on the other side of the map. Look at that. I mean, that's sniper heaven all over the place.
Yeah, InnerCircle are struggling a little bit with these more aggressive plays from TBI. That is the one thing I'll say, and so I kind of lean in that same direction as you, that I think, you know, TBI could throw some more of these aggressive plays in and expect to make them work. FaZe dueling with Awesome is going to win that fight, and what's Booker shooting at? Okay, they're going to go for the knife in the end. TBI finish it off. 1 round left in the half, and a world where TBI could actually bring this back to a pretty close scoreline.
Absolutely. I mean, at some point they were 4-1, right? And TBI, they found a way to climb back. And of course, if they get one more round, this would pretty much be a decent half for them. Again, I still think when it comes to quality, the InnerCircle look a lot better. Even though the scoreline might be the same on the second map here as well, but we'll see. Also TBI, at least when it comes to the sniper department, I think there's also a huge improvement. Especially from Hunt and FaZe, of course. The last round, that was insane. And so far, so good. Alucard just looking for a freebie here. It's not gonna get a crucial shot here. He gets Booker on the leg, though. That's a little bit of damage. That's good info, too. Let's see, they will jump out through mid, and they actually go for an A hit, which is a little bit of a stack from TBI. The flashes are perfect. Look at that. That's destruction. That's everything they needed. And King not trying to find one kill. He gets one. That's insane. Okay, so now they only have to deal with Beck and Jinza, because those are the players to kill right now. They are super low. They're basically one shot. Look at Han. He finds the way onto the side. He will not go for the Ninja Defuse, but he will wrap around. It's not going to be enough.
No, not enough indeed. And Awesome was that late lurk player as well. That was the insurance fund for InnerCircle. So they are going to get themselves a pretty comfortable 6-3 lead out of the first half. You look at that, you look at the way that they're playing on this map, and you think that should probably be more than enough for InnerCircle, but we'll see if there's going to be any shenanigans in the second half here, if TBI maybe have anything to say about things. I'm going to reset the lobby once again.
Seems like we have a tech pause here, because one of the players of TBI have something to deal with. And so far, it looks like, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, but the InnerCircle look a little bit sleepy. I mean, they don't look too concerned about what's going on here. And on the other side of things, look at that. That's patient. I mean, that's passion, actually. That's just, they really want this one to go their way, and they really have to, though. I mean, this is it. They need this victory right here.
Oh, Noxon looks locked in, bro. He looks mad. Oh, he looks frustrated, too. Head in hands for a second there. I'm not sure what this technical pause is. If anything, it feels like it's kind of given TBI a bit of a chance to talk it out before the second half gets underway. There was some words being said, but not a super long pause, so off we go. Jump into the second half here, and it'll be an important one to start off well for TBI.
Let's see what TBI has in store for us on the BL side of things. Obviously, they have a little bit of a job to do here. Good flash onto Alucard. He's completely blinded by the lights twice now. It's awesome. That has to deal with all the aggression. It's going to be Hunt with the Chris Super V. It's insane. I love this weapon. Look at that. He makes it work. But the distance onto Jinza is a little bit too great. Jinza takes him out. And yeah, hey, that was an insane push here from TBI. But InnerCircle, they strike back. They found a solution. Now they need to find the retake here as well. Let's see, Kiko, who has been super great with the AK. He needs to find one frag to make things work. He spotted Booker, but Booker also spotted him. So the double swing will come through. But Kiko gets it done. He will go down in the process, though, but Beck, he has all the information he needs to play with Booker. Oh, he's also given Beck's position now. Oh, he just needs to play the time. He does it perfectly. He just needs to chill. But Booker needs to be worried about his back. Oh, he's not too concerned at all, and it will break his neck. And the bomb defuse from Beck will come through.
Yeah. Bit of an interesting one there from Booker. I think another swing was definitely warranted just to kind of keep Booker from making any push. But either way, decided to try to play the time, duck in, and hope that he chose the correct angle to watch. And in the end, he didn't. So 7-3 is going to be the scoreline. InnerCircle Starting to feel like they're getting close to a victory in this matchup. It took them a lot of work to get it done on map 1. But they are being rewarded with a bit of an easier time here on map 2. Alucard flashed out. Lots of good flashes from TBI. Allow them to scale up towards the A-bomb side, and in fact in and on to the A-bomb side as well, as Beck will be taken down too. All right. That's probably round over right there.
Yeah, might be. Jinsa. He's given a good chance, but I don't think that will be enough. I mean, Booker, he goes for a big swing. He finds Kiko. That's an insane try. King even hunts Jinsa. Okay. Well, the aggression works super good against the InnerCircle. I mean, they basically did the same thing again, but this time around they were actually hitting their shots. So 7-4 scoreline doesn't look too scary no more for TBI, and TBI needs to find a quick solution. But I like the way they play. They play so much faster this time around. And it seems like the InnerCircle, they don't really have an answer for that just yet. And look at that, they're just gonna go through middle. And the triple A stack from the InnerCircle might not just work out as TBI decides to actually go for an B hit here. Jinsa gets one, but still dancing, still alive, tries to get the job done, but it's not gonna work out. Alucard last man standing, he will be taken out as well. And that's an insane second round again. Back to back, they get it done, and TBI, they look so much better all of a sudden.
Yeah, well, maybe it's just a half swap, you know, moving over onto the blacklist side, feel a little bit more comfortable there. Don't know, InnerCircle, got to find a way to stem this flow of blood pretty quickly, otherwise TBI are going to come rampaging back to an equalized scoreline, and they're going to go fast again, this time toward B. Info early there for Jin, he's going to duck his way back, lots of nades covered in onto King and Hunt, tagging them both down. And for now, InnerCircle have pushed away that offensive into B. They've actually kind of taken the whole map, actually. You know, this is not too bad for InnerCircle. As long as they don't lose a player here, they have a lot of information. They have a lot of territory. Awesome holding on to middle here. We'll be able to com that across to his teammates. But he is the linchpin. If Awesome goes down here, that is the A site lost. So he has to ensure that he survives. In worst case scenario, it gets a 1-for-1. He's been spotted out and deleted, and that's really bad news now because InnerCircle going to have to go scrambling over to A, and they might not beat TBI there. Beck getting aggressive out of B as well. You can see how the dominoes just fall apart as soon as Awesome loses his life because it pulls such a big rotate from InnerCircle. They're caught in transition, caught out in awkward spots, and now it is a 3-on-5 with Jin barely holding on to life.
I love what TBI is doing right now. They play super fast, but super good, right? So usually whenever a team decides to play super fast, they just peek corners here and there, right? And doesn't really always work out, but TBI, they make it work. I mean, that just looked amazing. And I mean, Alucard, yeah, it's a little bit of a weird fight to go down from, but Kiko still believes, looks for the victory here in this round, but it's just so much work to do. The 1v5 ace clutch is required, and honestly, not gonna work out. Surely not. King with off angle gets it done, and that's, I think that's 3 rounds in a row that weren't even close for the InnerCircle, right? So I believe this is a timeout, I believe. I mean, I would expect one because that's just not acceptable for the InnerCircle, right? So we'll see what they have in store right now.
Well, time to chat. Time to figure it out. I mean, look, it's not favorable for TBI just yet, but those last 3 rounds do start to raise some concerns. It's a far cry from what it felt like in that first half. Haven't really seen InnerCircle opt to go for anything too aggressive just yet. Straight down the guts in through middle, that is definitely an option. But I don't really get the feeling that they're that kind of team. Maybe the double sniper could get pulled out. Yeah, Alucard definitely capable, but Awesome not someone that goes astray from picking up the sniper rifles on his day as well. I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the go-to, though. If TBI is going to continue to play fast, you probably don't want the double snipers.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of depends, obviously, but still, I would agree with you. You need more rifle power. We'll see if that's going to be the case or not as we jump back into the game. 6-7 in favor of the InnerCircle. It seems like TBI, they kind of expected a mid push, which didn't happen. So TBI this time, they will start off a little bit slower, which I think is a great idea to not just continue the way you played. I mean, obviously it worked great, but you have to make a little bit of a change. That looks amazing. They find back instantly. Awesome. And Kiko obviously gets to trade onto Hunt, but there's so much work to do. Awesome. Being tested here by Noxon, but Kiko, again, Kiko's so good with the AK.
They make the right read to go towards B as well, don't they? If they would go A, they walk into a big stack, but they go to a relatively undefended B bomb site. Tough retake ahead here for InnerCircle, and one that might really influence how the rest of this game does end up playing out. Going to give time for Jin to come across, and all three going to try and link up, but Jin falling early and trying to retake into this position can be so difficult. There's so many options for the BL players to dance around. Alucard good for one, but he's got no time here. He's just going to have to go charging forward, and TBI know that. They have lost a couple of kills. He's going to sit the he should have sat the defuse. He should have sat the defuse. It was the only way to win, but he gets off of it. He might have had a chance there, actually. I think the peak might have come through a second too late, but either way, TBI are going to win the round. It's a good effort from Alucard.
Yeah, I mean, a good effort, but he didn't really go for the win there, honestly. I mean, the defuse, like you mentioned, was the only way to get the win. And he still goes for the frag. I mean, even if he goes down, it's the same result, right? So he had to go for that stick, and I think, honestly, maybe he had a chance there, but it is what it is. It is a back-to-back win rate here from TBI. They get it done. And this all of a sudden looks like a scary matchup for the InnerCircle. I mean, I think they had such a great run, and all of a sudden they just can't get any rounds anymore. And I'm not too sure. I mean, TBI, they played fast, they played slow, and everything starts to work out. I mean, not too sure what the issue is. Maybe it's just someone not hitting their shots anymore. I mean, Alucard was insane, and he still is. I mean, he's 3-0 after the break. So something is not working out for the InnerCircle, and I can't figure out what it is.
Yeah, awesome. Loses life there. Alucard needs more than just the one. He is getting flanked on multiple angles. He's getting some help from Beck, who's watching those stairs. That is huge. That's allowed Alucard to focus on the one soul line, but still couldn't land his shots. Even then, the trades were effective enough for InnerCircle, but now back to 2-on-2 does raise some concerns. C4's out in no man's land. That is covered off at the moment by Beck. King going to try and retrieve it, and Beck will take the peak at the right time. That's going to be another round win for InnerCircle. They keep their noses in front for all that effort that TBI have been putting in to try and take it away from InnerCircle. They still have to play catch-up.
Yeah. Seems like TBI, they will go for a little bit often faster approach this time around. Hunt still with the Chris. Super V in his hands. Not going to be able to get anything done just yet, but it was also the InnerCircle with a little bit of an, let's call it, aggressive push. I think it was towards B, if I'm not mistaken. So they slowly recovered from that one. Back. I think he'd been spotted, right? No, he didn't actually. FaZe will go down in the process, and that's the first frag for the InnerCircle. Look at that. Kiko still super amazing with that AK, and that is not working out for TBI at all. Alucard, quick 2 kills. And you know what? The InnerCircle in this round, they look so much better.
Just as it starts to get awkward for InnerCircle, they seem to just reactivate and go straight back into the lead in a significant fashion. 7-9, again, going to be a tough one to pull back now for TBI. InnerCircle want to avoid the OT if they can. Kiko pushing his way forward, helped out by Awesome, who will get that trade. That's a good buddy system play from InnerCircle. I like it a lot. They find the player advantage, back off as well. It's a good decision from Awesome. And now it's on to King to just try and play that enforcer role. He's got deep up behind the close box, but there's nothing to really be found there. InnerCircle have backed off enough. Shots coming through as well from Awesome, and this is starting to look like a done deal. A 2-0 on the cards now as Alucard finishes off FaZe. Booker, last one standing, and it's been a good effort today from TBI. But I don't know that Booker's going to be able to get this one done against 4.
Maybe. Maybe not. He's going for a big swing here. Not gonna check behind that box just yet, and he will be overrun by the rest of the InnerCircle squad. And hey, honestly, I feel like this one hurts TBI a lot because they played a very well first map. The second one wasn't as good, but it was still a great effort, especially when they had a little bit of a comeback, right? So overall, the InnerCircle, of course, they win it in a good fashion here, but still, you gotta give TBI their credit. And obviously, this was a very important match for them to win, and I don't know what it means for the rest of the season.
Yeah, I mean, just falling off the pace a little bit now, aren't they? They came into today at a 3-5. Most of the teams are at a 4-4 or a 5-4 scoreline. Obviously, 9-9-9, still 1-7. So TBI aren't going to be the last place team, but they're pretty squarely in second last place now with that win from InnerCircle, who jump up to 5-4. We'll throw it back over to the analyst desk, though, because there's a lot more to break down, and then we've got another couple matches for you tonight.
IC are getting closer and closer to the top 4, and with such a close series, but like they managed to finish it 2-0. I mean, the series was a bit long because like it was very close between
for the first game. Let's say for the first game. I mean, our predictions were right at the end of the day, ours and the casters. We did say if Compound went to IC side, it would end for IC for a 2-0. Because with TBI, they are good and in my opinion, I think TBI individually are better on IC. Slightly, yes, but they are better and they can and should show us more and more of their own gameplay. I don't really know what's missing from TBI side, aside the consistency part. But the thing is, they do get some rounds. They know how to clutch. I mean, just watch and get entertained from Hunt or from Booker. The amount of clutches that they can pull out is tremendous. And they know how to reverse the game. If they get 3 or 4 rounds, they can and manage always to, get on the right track. But for sure, Eagle Eye chosen by IC, it's their comfort zone. TBI should have won the first map, if anything, and they got punished for losing that overtime. I mean, Polio, thing is with TBI, they are losing more and more. That makes their position standing a bit weak next to 999 on the last 3 places. And for IC, they are just going up and up more and more. Do they deserve the second place? Is it GG there? Too many questions that need to be answered yet.
Yeah, 100%. And TBI, it must feel a bit rough for them because like both maps were really close, right? It's not like it was completely one-sided. I mean, IC, to be honest, on the blacklist side, they were super aggressive in the first few rounds. They went 4-1, and I thought like, okay, we're going to see a speed run map for IC, but then like TBI came with like a tactical timeout, and then like they came back really strong. They came back neck to neck with IC, but like in the last few rounds, it felt like TBI lost their way a bit, and like IC were ready for it, and they managed to finish off the series. And Alucard 1.78 KD.
Exactly. Keep in mind that there is this sniper overshadow coming from Alucard on phase, and the KDA do speak for itself here. Koleos 0.70 from phase against 1.80 almost KDA from Alucard. I mean, when you have a good solid sniper on your team that's feeling himself, you'd get more and more comfortable. And not only the sniper, I'm speaking about the clutch master. And moving on from the sniper, let's talk more about Kiko, shall we? With a 1.3 KDA overall, a positive KDA amongst the 2 matches that were played. The guy is just everywhere, and not only able to clutch, but when he's playing on the BL side, he always knows how to get the first blood, and if it's GR, he knows how to get 2 or 3 kills. See, Crossfire is a momentum game, and it's a fast-paced shooter game, so you need yourself a player that can react quickly and react faster than your opponent, and that's Kiko. He can get 1 or 2, and if you think about it and look closely, most of his highlights are not single kills. Most of his highlights are 1 or 2 kills or a flank from behind.
Yeah, he was very effective on Eagle Eye specifically. Like he had a very incredible game. Like he had a lot of clutches, a lot of plays. And like this is really good for IC, right? Because
True.
like whenever we mention IC, we mention Alucard, we mentioned Peck, we mentioned like the guys, and like even Kiko now showing up for this game. So it must feel good for them. And like they're getting closer to the top 4 now. They have 5-4. I think PingPongPals as well are
Yes.
5-4 in the second place. So everyone is getting closer and closer toward the top half of the bracket. But let's talk more about the next match, because like it's a very important one as well. Like GG versus Swamp Gaming. Like these two teams are
Been
like
battling.
and they are both 4-4, and now we know that like the second place is 5-4 between PingPongPals and
Game
IC.
is
So the winner of this
super
one will
important,
be
man.
competing the other team.
Exactly. You do want to highlight the importance of this game, and what adds more and more intensity and the competitiveness that we do witness is being this close. Both are 4 wins, 4 losses, so both are super ready and they need to get this win. Now, let's speak first on GG side. GG have been getting themselves some wins over and over again for the longest time. The amount of clutches that they are able to get is uncountable. Now for Swamp Gaming has been good the last couple of days, and they have been showing us tremendous gameplay. If anything, both teams have 50% win rate, and they are super close when it comes to, you know, places on the standings.
Yeah, 100%. Like these two teams are pretty close to each other, like in terms of the stats, in terms of everything, even in the standings. And like both these teams, I mean, the last time they faced GG and Swamp Gaming, GG managed to win 2-0, yes, but like it wasn't the Swamp Gaming that we have today, right? Because like Swamp Gaming, after the meta shifts, Famous is getting
Famous.
yeah, he's getting famous, and Swamp Gaming in general are feeling way stronger. So I think Gaimin Gladiators as well, like recent stats in the last 4 games, they are 1-3.
Exactly.
So they're coming from a very bad spot as
And
well.
I don't think that's the case anymore for Team Swamp Gaming. I don't think they will take a 2-0 loss, especially being the same position as GG with a 50% both rate for both teams. I mean, let's talk more about GG, shall we? Flex, Dean, Ruffin, and Leon Claude Design. Okay, most of the highlights would be, of course, on Design and Ruffin being there. Both of them are just super scary to witness.
Yeah, and they are missing Spoxy because like
yeah.
Spoxy didn't play yesterday. I mean, Dane, he had an incredible game yesterday.
Where's Spoxy?
Yeah, Spoxy is missing for the time being, but like I mean, he's the star player of Gaimin Gladiators as well recently. But Dane is trying to fill his shoes, and he's doing it in a very good.
Last time we didn't see Spoxy was in Season 1. He was inactive for 2 games. He was absent, and they did lose the 2 games in a horrific way. I hope that Spoxy absence does not affect again the rhythm of GG. But man, you can, you know, you can not find Leonclo on the team design, but Spoxy, I'm not underestimating Leonclo and design. Spoxy being the sniper of the team, the most important individual when we talk about sniper gameplay, and you need a sniper with you, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, GG do not have a substitute for Spoxy being the sniper.
Yeah, and like I said, Dane yesterday, he had a good game, but like they were playing against ROC Esports, and Penguin even mentioned that like I mean he did good against ROC, but like now it's a very crucial time to get some wins, right? So like losing Spoxy, your key player now, it might be a bit confusing for the team. But like on the other side, we have Swamp Gaming at the roster in front of us. Famous, HCZ, Kaze, Josh, Snox. These guys, like as you can see from the KD, I mean Famous is a bit higher than the other guys, but like all of them have really good KDs. All of them show up in the recent games for Swamp Gaming. I mean, the key players, Spoxy and Famous, were missing Spoxy, but you
We're
can't.
missing one.
Yeah, we're missing one of them, but again, you cannot underestimate Gaimin Gladiators even without Spoxy being there.
I mean, that's what I hope, man. I hope we do see Gaimin Gladiators having Spoxy or not in their roster. I mean, they are in a good position. I think as though Swamp Gaming, they are the most adapted team on the new meta, especially Famous, knowing how to play with the new guns and the new maps. Speaking of maps, it's getting crazier and crazier. Seeing the default map, seeing Compound coming, Eagle Eye, Black Widow. See, with Swarm Gaming and GG, I think they are the most teams picking with a high rate of picking the maps like Black Widow, Eagle Eye, even Port. We do see Port here and there, and we don't see Compound that much. And for the Decider map, I'd say we might see Port for a Decider, keeping it neutral at the end of the series. But I think GG would go with Black Widow, Swarm Gaming would go with Eagle Eye, or even Compound.
Yeah, the last time they faced, there was a Black Widow and it was the decider, but like we didn't reach this point because like Gaimin Gladiators managed to finish the series 2-0. I mean, they played on Compound and Ankara, and like it was not close to say the least. I mean, Gaimin Gladiators were it felt like they were on a different level, but like right now, Spox is missing, so I'm getting better and better. So like I feel like we're going to see a very very close series.
And not having Spoxy is a big. I mean, it's a big not mistake. I know it's probably a reason why he's not playing, but it's going to affect, man, because again, Spoxy is the sniper of GG. When you don't have the sniper, you are missing one of the key elements of the whole Crossfire concept. I mean, Swarm Gaming do have their sniper, I'm gonna tell you that, but for Team GG and MVP, and we did see the key player, it was Spoxy. So when you're missing Spoxy, you're missing one of the highlights and the key players that manages to get win after win after win for Team GG. Hopefully things they do adapt, because last time they played without Spoxy, it was chaotic for Team GG. They did lose 2 games in a row, and they don't want to take another loss in their notebooks.
Yeah, 100%. And if you are Gaimin Gladiators, you had a very unfortunate recent performance. Like, you are 1-3 in the last 4 games, and now you're missing your key player. How do you prepare your team mentally going into such games? Because like I feel like it's pretty hard to lose your key player, to keep your team's mental. So how can you do that if you're Gaimin Gladiators?
You need to keep in mind that, okay, X player being Spoxy is not the reason behind our winnings. It's not the reason behind our continuous win streak. He is, one of their key points, but still, a win is a win. With Spoxy or not.
Yeah, let's take a look at the map veto to see like what maps are we having in this matchup between the teams. We have Port, Black Widow, and Compound.
Yeah, Port being the first map, Black Widow being the second map, and the decider being Compound. I mean, it's a bit scary, the map veto looking scary when you see Port being the pick by Team GG. Swarm Gaming did choose Black Widow, and they are starting GR side. I mean, look, man, it can go both ways. It's not common to see Port as the first map, I'm gonna tell you that, but it is common to see Black Widow from Team Swarm Gaming.
Yeah, it's pretty rare to see Port as the first map, right? Like it's most of the times it's a decider. So like seeing Port as the first map, it's pretty unique.
Yeah.
And I feel like Gaimin Gladiators, it's pretty surprising.
Exactly.
I feel like Port is a map that depends a lot on the snipers, right? And you were saying that
They are
Spoxy
missing Spoxy, yes.
So picking Port, it's very bold.
If anything, man, Swarm Gaming should use Spoxy absence to their advantage. And, you know, if they got 2-0 on their name, Swarm Gaming can revenge and can get themselves another 2-0. Anything can happen, man, in this series. But honestly, I'm seeing a 2-0 from Team Swarm Gaming.
Okay, I mean Swarm Gaming is they are pretty solid recently, and they must take an advantage.
Redeem themselves.
Yeah, and redeem themselves. Like it must feel like the Swarm Gaming are coming to this series. They have more energy toward this series, because like they lost the last time, so they want to get the revenge in a way.
Exactly.
And they are. It's a pretty important match for both teams. Like whoever is winning is gonna like get him closer and closer, or get the team closer and closer to the top part. So like it's a very again, a close matchup. It's a very interesting matchup. It's a very interesting map selection. We are seeing Black Widow. I mean, last time we didn't see Black Widow because it was
We're seeing
decided.
Port as the first map still.
Yeah, so we're going to see Black Widow 100%, and we know that Swarm Gaming are really good at Black Widow.
Yeah, and again, Swarm Gaming is they do have the lead,
Yeah.
and Spoxy's not there. Black Widow is the map. Man, everything's saying Swamp Gaming's at least for the map one.
Yeah, so let's see. The game is ready. Elfish and Bandix, you have the mic.
There's indeed quite a bit to break down with regard to this matchup. Obviously, Spoxy, if he's not here today, that is going to be a consideration for Gaimin Gladiators. But then again, I think they probably still have enough to get over Swamp. What do you reckon, Pando?
Good question. I mean, honestly, there's so much to talk about and so much to consider. I mean, yes, it's going to be a little bit different with Dane in the mix, but honestly, I know Dane, right? I have some experience with him myself, so he's obviously a very good sniper player too, but obviously replacing Spoxy in a squad like this, it's next to impossible, right? But doesn't necessarily mean it's going to get worse, right? If it's at least on the same level, this would be absolutely enough, right? So it's going to be, you know, a little bit of a question mark for me, but you should be able to tell me more about yesterday, for example, right? So I reckon Dane was already playing yesterday, so what do you think?
No, Dane, I thought actually looked pretty good yesterday. I'll give him some real credit. I was sort of the same opinion, maybe, as a lot of people that losing Spoxy would pretty much be a bit of a doomer for Gaimin. But I thought Dane actually filled those shoes quite nicely. He's obviously a different player, has a bit of a different style. Maybe isn't as flashy as Spoxy, but he was hitting his shots when they were required of him. We'll see whether or not that persists again today. A nice double entry from Dezane. He does see Lioneclaw fall to the ground, but Raffen, a 1-for-1 as well, is going to keep things rolling nicely for Gaimin Gladiators. Up onto the A site is HCZ. They've got to find him, and they're peeking him one by one. Come on. This is not it. Now it's down to Dane, the super sub. He is full HP, and HCZ is quite low. So this should be Dane favored. He's going to go on the hunt. And he might have made the right decision. He might actually get in behind him. There's just no way HCZ expects that. Good damage, though. But Dane clutches it out, and Gaimin Gladiators will win that first round. A BL-sided round as well.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, that was a little bit too close. But Dane will get it done. Of course, he has some experience as well. It's not just someone. So definitely a good start into this round, and he misses a little bit of a shot there. It's not the end of the world. Also considering we are on the AU server, I assume at least. I think, yeah, it should be the EU server. So let's see if, you know, Swamp Gaming will have a great time or not. Because again, I said it multiple times last time, but sometimes Swamp Gaming tends to play a little bit better when it comes to the EU server. There's multiple reasons for that. One being, you know, they're just used to play on that server because of multiple reasons again. But yeah, we'll see. GG, they will take the first round here. Many to come, I think, unless Swamp Gaming, you know, finds a good solution against the Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, Snox looking for some info there. Doesn't actually end up spotting too much out. This will be a bit of a slower approach from Gaimin. Only just now starting to make their way into middle. With the presence of Raffen here on long, thought maybe there was going to be some kind of presence pushed in the direction of A, but it will be the choice to go toward B for Gaimin Gladiators with that C4. Flex will be a late lurk in through middle. This is fairly standard stuff from Gaimin Gladiators. They leave Flex up to his own devices as the rest of the crew tries to hit out onto the B bomb site, and I think this is going to work. There's only one defender there. That's Josh. Snox now starting to come across. In fact, the pre-rotate is actually in. They've got a player down deep and long. Famous spotting out that there's nothing happening there. So this is going to be a solid hold on B, and Gaimin Gladiators missed their window. If they would have gone 10 or 15 seconds earlier, they might have had an undefended bomb site. But instead, they walk into the stack of Swamp. And that is sometimes the danger in taking a little bit too much time. And Gaimin Gladiators are certainly no strangers to that. Flex to try and clutch it out here. It won't be possible. And there's definitely an argument for going a little quicker than that.
Yep. I mean, an insane amount of kills thanks to Snox, obviously. He did a lot of work there. Like you mentioned a little bit earlier, could have done the trick, but that's just how it is sometimes. And this time around, Swamp Gaming, they will profit from that. Timing was on their side, and obviously, again, Snox with some insane amount of kills there saved them. So, yeah. Swamp Gaming, they're still cooking. They're ready to go. I mean, the victory yesterday surely got them hyped. They're surely not looking for anything else today, but it's gonna be a little bit more difficult, I would assume. But so far, looks like an pretty competitive game. Gaimin Gladiators. They play a simple game so far. I mean, it's obviously they always send Flex somewhere to play around with, right? So to lurk, and to wrap around ultimately in the end. And I think that's going to be a big factor once they are on the GR side of things, because Flex does a lot of things with the AC there. But so far, Gaimin Gladiators, they group up in mid and they see what they can do from there.
It's going to be the A-pop. Dane to sit at the bottom along. Might just come out late, see if he can pop the head off of Kai's if he decides to try and take some snipes out from the A site. Here comes Gaimin Gladiators. You got Famous on the receiving end of this one, but he's just going to be run down, and Kai's can't see a damn thing. There's the pop-up, though, from Dane. It's going to be Kai's to win that duel, and HCZ, who was instrumental yesterday in Swamp's win, again, doubling down. Now on to Dezane solo, a 1v3 task of him. Bit of a whiff. And it will be Swamp that take the lead.
Quick and easy. Even though Famous got taken out super early. Not gonna matter too much. Once again, Gaimin Gladiators, they look for a quick mid take. And it's actually gonna be quickly into BC here. Okay, Josh has no idea. Goes down without a fight almost, I would say. So Dane still standing. Flex will go down to Kai's. This has crumbled a little bit, as Famous is now trying to get some kills himself, but the damage has been done to him as well, barely standing on his feet. And now, Gaimin Gladiators are a little bit cornered in. I mean, there's so much work to do. The trade's always there, but it's not gonna be enough. Bomb now still on beats. He's still waiting for a chance. Guys, look at that. His position is insane, but again, the timing's a little bit off. He's been spotted. It's not that great anymore. He's still going for it. Look at that. He's still going for a big wraparound. He takes a lot of time, which will be a little bit off, I think, unless the Gaimin Gladiators take a little bit too long here. Kaiser's know all the info he needs. This gives Swamp Gaming a great chance to consider AOB, but they still rely on the same position, so they're not going to do anything just yet. But the Bomb said A will be taken now by Gaimin Gladiators, and it's still, Swamp Gaming has no idea just yet. The bomb will get planted, and now they know.
Yeah. Surprising that they weren't reading into that possibility with all the map control that they did have, but maybe just backing themselves on the retake. We'll see whether or not that's going to end up being the correct choice. Some of that delaying util getting tossed out by Gaimin, and you're really only going to have about 20 seconds for this retake, so it's not going to be an easy one. Fairly obvious where they're coming from as well after all that util's been tossed. So Dezane dodging the flashes. He's not having any problems with those at the moment. Now gets that opener onto HCZ and just has to wait for Kai's, who is going to come across nicely. But Kai's just does not have time to win this, surely. Even had he taken down Dezane, it was going to be a tight defuse. So that'll be Gaimin to get themselves their second on the blacklist side. And I think we do have to sort of bear in mind that, Swamp were out in front. They were up 2-1, but they are on the GR side, and that's expected of them in this half. Although, I've seen some stranger things happen on this map this week, so let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. But that's a nice opener from Flex, and the fact that Famous is being neutered in particular is a huge firepower loss for Swamp.
That's an insane frag to find. I mean, Famous, he did a great job getting into that connector there, but wasn't able to find the shot. Goes down. That's, like you mentioned, a huge kill to find, especially when it comes to Famous, because he usually is one of the most fragging people, right? He's one of the best players you can find. So we'll see if that's going to be a big factor or not. GG already crawling up in front of A, and that's a huge hit to prevent here from Kai's. He misses the first shot, though. No, there's so much work. And it's not gonna go great for him as he goes down by Raf. And look at that, HZ recovers by 1, but still goes down in the end. Josh a little bit left alone, but still gets 2. That's insane. Can he find a third? Not gonna happen. Dane finds 2. And again, Dane is still on a great level. Don't get me wrong. I mean, he's no Spoxy, but he still gets it done.
Three to 2. Lead is starting to build again for Gaimin Gladiators, and that is a very rough sign for Swamp. Standard approach to start this round off from both teams. Bit more presence into Warehouse from Swamp. Dane on the point man duty. Won't be able to land that shot onto Josh through the smoke. Certainly making his presence known with the sniper rifle in hand. Rex has gone for one as well, so double snipers in this BL round for Gaimin Gladiators. They are hoping for some picks and then so far not really getting them.
Lionclaw's not having a great time right now. 1 and 5. It's well, it's not the key player right now, to say the least, but still does something, I guess. It's not out of the picture completely. Famous with the HK, obviously. He's been a little bit quiet. But once he activates, he activates. And this time around, GG, they group up in front of B. It's going to be Flex once again. That prevents Swamp Gaming from anything here. But he's actually going to group up together. It's going to be Snox. He had a great time the last time. 3 kills all by himself. Let's see if this is going to be the same in this situation here. Now, the util will come his way. He's been completely blinded by the light. Still gets one. Almost gets a second there before taking out. Lionclaw will find him. That's a good frag here from the Zane, but he jumps in too much. Josh will find him though. It's only Dane left alone, and once again, the A hit didn't work. So, the B hit didn't work. So it seems like it's not gonna be a great, great push here from GG. I don't think they necessarily do something wrong. It's just, Swamp Gaming hitting their shots, and that makes it super difficult for the Gaimin Gladiators.
It might have been a little bit overzealous from Dezane, to be fair, to be dropping down. If the spacing was a little bit better, and he could have been instantly traded, considering the damage that he did, would have been an easy one. But that's the only nitpick I could really have with that round. Dane, a nice opener again from him. Like I said, man, he's still putting up numbers with this sniper rifle in hand. 6 and 4, and an opening kill. It's a very impactful kill traditionally, so it's not that Gaimin are not missing Spoxy, but they've got the next best thing in Dane, and it's going to set them up for success again here in this round, and they'll be looking for a 4th.
The Gaimin Gladiators start this round with a nice kill onto Josh, but there you go, Snox and Famous. They turn this thing around as soon as you can figure it out, and, well, same goes the other way, I guess. I mean, HZ and Kai is now left alone in this clutch. Dezane finds a very important kill. The bomb will go down, and Kai is left in a very difficult clutch. I mean, he's been pretty good so far. I mean, 7 frags all by himself, so he definitely did his part, but surely not in this round. 1v3, the Gaimin Gladiators. They always have a nice setup here for the retake. So we'll see if Kais has any chance. I mean, at this moment, it's really stalling a lot of time. 15 seconds, surely not. I mean, he has to find 3 kills and the bomb defuse. So maybe he finds one, maybe he even finds a second, but surely not the third. I mean, they just play it safe. Yeah, that's a beautiful setup here from the Gaimin Gladiators. Yeah, like I mentioned, he finds a second, but will go down initially, and he can't find the bomb either. So that's a good round here from the Gaimin Gladiators.
Very good indeed. They're up 4-3. I mean, this is not just a good round or two. This is a good half so far from Gaimin, and they could even continue to push the issue and really make Swamp sweat. That is fantastic. The entry out onto A long. They've just got to keep that pace up, and they could overwhelm this A bomb site in the blink of an eye. It has been slightly helped out by the fact that Kais has got himself 1 kill, and that has definitely slowed Gaimin down. Quick rotators come across from Swamp. Probably better off actually calling the cancel here. You can leave. Raffin dropped off at the bottom of the ladder, but Raffin decides to take matters into his own hands and nearly kills Josh himself. HCZ is low. That is that. Gaimin Gladiators will overwhelm yet another round.
Yeah. And, you know, it isn't quite obvious, but Raffin did a very, very good play there. I mean, he was up to the ladder, but then he hesitated a little bit, right? He was stalling his push, and that made Swamp Gaming think, right? So they gave him time to think, and then initially Raffen find the right timing to jump up and kill 2 people, right? So that was beautiful from him and left Swamp questioning themselves, right? But yeah, beautiful half so far. I mean, 5 rounds is, yeah, that's pretty good, you know, to say the least. So let's see if Swamp Gaming is able to find one more round. That would be the least. So this time around, again, the Gaimin Gladiators have so much map control to play with, right? I mean, Famous is down once again, not having the best time so far. I mean, usually, you know, you can always rely on Famous, but it's also a tough thing, right? Because, you know, if you don't perform, the rest of your squad will have a difficult time. So that's a lot of pressure on his shoulders, right? And Flex, look at that. He finds Snox, and this is a great start into this round. Now they have a 1-man advantage to start this round.
Yeah, they can convert this into a 6-3 half. That is about as good as you're going to possibly be able to ask for on the BL side of this map. Good shot from Dezane. Great entry, but did lose Dane in the process. So we are back to the one-on-one, and Kais has actually been quite sharp in this first half. So Dezane is going to have a handful. 14-5 though for Dezane, and he just flicks around and gets rid of Kais in the end. 6-3 will be the scoreline. Gaimin Gladiators making this game look easy so far.
They definitely show that they're the boss right now. But again, mainly it's because Famous is just not hitting his shots right now. Because I think if he would also hit the shots, this could be the exact other way, right? So we'll see if he activates now on the other side of things. It's going to be Flex that goes down first, which isn't unusual, right? We covered it on Friday, where where Flex was always the one to go down first. Sometimes it was worth it, sometimes it wasn't, but right now I don't think it's the worst thing that could have happened. I mean, look at Dezane, 15-5, even in the last round, right? He was so on point with the AK there. Huge shoutouts to him, obviously, to perform up to his limits there. Look at that, Josh. He's a little bit concerned, I would say. He plays it smart to not just jump in, waits for his opportunity. But oh, look at that timing. That's insane. He goes down. That's a beautiful push by Swamp Gaming. And now everything will come to an end here. Dezane, surely not again. I mean, look at that. He's fully covered by the lights here. And yeah, Raffen, 1v5 clutch is required from him. And to say the least, I don't think it's much of a, you know, good outcome here if he actually gets it done. But we'll see. Hey, Raffen, he has been a little bit quiet, but 1v5 clutch would be insane from him. But yeah, let's be realistic. It's not gonna happen. The timer will run out eventually. And you know what? Again, I think it's a beautiful round here from Swamp Gaming.
Yeah, it's a really positive sign that they're able to pick that round up and do it so cleanly. Because it's going to give you an indication that they could still be somewhat of a threat or a presence on this map. Anyway, we'll jump straight on in to round number 11 here. And it's an overly aggressive round from the GR side, as they're going to try and hold on to that middle of the map. They were expecting some aggression out from Swamp there, and that has definitely happened. We're swapping back and forth between the map POVs, so that's starting to get a little bit confusing, but it's all good. Gaimin Gladiators have got 4 players alive. Kai is the last one here for Swamp. It probably doesn't matter where anybody's standing at this point.
Kais. What can you do in this position? I mean, it's just so rough. I mean, again, he's really stepping it up for his team. 12 frags, obviously, as the sniper. That's something that is very much required from him, but if the rest of the squad can't hold up or keep up, it's going to be very difficult. And yeah, I mean, at this point, you know, GG, they already know, okay, this round is next to impossible to lose. Unless Kais has a hero play, which I don't think is going to happen. I mean, he has the bomb, though, and right now, GG, they just, you know, cover the B side here because they know, okay, even if it's A, we're just going to recover it and get the round done, right? So Kais, his best idea would be to, you know, hit A and try from there. And I think one of GG's players disconnected, right? So maybe that's a little bit of a chance here for Kais.
It is, but it's, look, I mean, it's still a 3-on-1, so shouldn't really be giving him too much. Either way, they are going to give him the bomb plant. So yeah, the bomb plant is what, in my mind, kind of makes this doable, and the fact that it's going to have to be a rotate across from the B bomb site, which is about the longest rotate you're going to get. I like the way that Kais is playing this as well, trying to get aggressive and trying to isolate some duels, but he's just missed his window initially. They haven't spotted him out yet. Now, though, Flex up onto the site has got the info. Trade will come through. Well played by Gaimin in the end. Pretty easy cleanup, but as you said, we did have that disconnect, so we might be having a little bit of a break here. Scoreline really good, though, for Gaimin. So I'm sure once they get back in underway, they'll be looking to close this one out with a pretty comfortable result.
I think I have an idea who was missing. There you go. Camera's back. It seems like this tech issue is not going to take too long, as everyone is getting ready to go back into the server again. And yeah, I mean, so far, Swamp Gaming has a... well, they're not having a rough time, but it's definitely not an easy one either. Obviously, GG is still having a great performance here without Spoxy in the squad. Dane does a beautiful job. You really gotta admire him. I mean, come on. He's the sub, he jumps in, he still performs. That's not what you usually get from your subs, right? Because usually, you know, the sub hangs around, you know, you get some idea of, you know, the main team, but still, it's definitely not an easy task to just jump in and perform. So, again, we'll see if this still continues to be the case here for Dane, but so far, I like what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's been in and around this outfit for quite a while, to be fair. So fairly familiar playing with a lot of these guys. It is not something that is too outrageous for him to just sort of slot into. Maybe roles-wise, he might not be playing as aggressively as what Spoxy would traditionally be, but I think it's a fairly natural transition to bring him into this team. So you can see where the individual skill is having an impact, but also just the cohesion and experience with a lot of this roster as well. And Gaimin Gladiators reaping the benefits of it. They had themselves a pretty good effort yesterday in the game against ROC. Did end up going down on port 10-2 there, but kind of pushed them on sub base, took the map of Compound away from them. So overall, I don't think it's been too bad a week from Gaimin Gladiators. If the only team that you're losing to at the moment is ROC, then that's not too bad. And, you know, they had a bit of a shakier run back in week number 3, losing to both Anubis and IC Esports, but seems like it's kind of coming back online as we head deep into week number 4. And this reset should be coming through shortly, one would hope.
Yeah. At the same time, it gives Swamp Gaming the opportunity to talk. And, you know, conversations are always very important. So we are just about to jump back into the game. I hear a lot of noise. There you go. We'll see if Swamp Gaming has something to say. It's actually going to be Flex once again with a very aggressive play onto Kais this time around. And like I mentioned a couple of times, Kais has been super good for the team, and now he goes down first. And that gives me a little bit of a worrying thought because, again, it's been a little bit rough without him. But we'll see. Landclub finds Snox as well. That's a lot of utility being thrown onto A just to go back in the end.
Yeah, 4v3 straight out the gates. It's going to be a tough one for Swamp to negotiate. And one of the difficulties about playing against Gaimin Gladiators on a map like this is that they are going to often go into that double sniper setup. Flex taking that secondary sniper role. He does it a lot. You're on port. You'll probably see it on Black Widow. If we get to Compound, you might see it there. You'll see it on the likes of Ankara. There's a lot of maps in the pool where this is quite useful for Gaimin Gladiators, and it typically does work because Flex is just such a dynamic player. He can kind of seemingly get it done with any weapon, any situation. He's been playing this game for a very long time, so he does have that experience to be able to flex around, funnily enough, true to his name. And it started this round off well for Gaimin Gladiator. Swamp kind of doing a whole lot of nothing. I mean, this is really a nothing burger of a round, actually, from Swamp so far. Like, they've lost their opening pick, and now they're just kind of hoping that Gaimin is going to give them a chance at another pick, but like realistically speaking, Gaimin are not going to be getting up to anything too regressive when they're 4-on-3. Like, this is not a team that really does that.
The timer is running low though, so some decision has to be made on the side of Swamp Gaming, of course. I mean, it seems like they have an idea, but they're actually gonna go through mid. That is actually a long time investment. Okay, 20 seconds on the board, they have to go. They have next to no utility. It's only one flash, and Famous has pretty much everything left. But look at that. Famous not able to hit the first shot. Raffen finds him though, but Josh tries to prevent this one. Look at that, 9 seconds on the board. Now something has to happen. Flex. He knows the bomb will be planted, so he has a little bit of time to rush in. But he's actually gonna be smart about this. And he waits for Dane, knowing that Josh is low and they will play the buddy system 100%. This is basically unlosable unless Josh finds an easy double swing here. It's not gonna happen. He finds one, and again, the buddy system to perfection. Flex will take him down with a beautiful jump shot with the USP. And man, this round from Swamp Gaming, I kind of like the idea that they decided to go through mid, but the time was so low, so they kind of rushed this, right? So if I'm not wrong, they used next to no utility, even though they had a little bit left. And yeah, in the end, GG. The 8th round on their name, and Swamp Gaming, there's so much left to do right now.
I mean, it was a great effort from Josh, all things considered, to even get one there with how low he was. Sharp shot out from him, but just not enough. Easy trade comes through, as you mentioned, that buddy system coming into play. Gaimin Gladiators into round number 13 here. Looking to try and get Flex to activate. He's actually gone back to the rifle this round, so he's going to be playing a little bit more of a mobile role. I wonder if they've spotted him behind that smoke. I don't know that they have. He's being very cheeky right here, and if this smoke fades favorably, well, it's not even going to be required. He's going to go out the smoke, catches Snox, but Josh, with the trade, ends up giving his own life as Dane is waiting for that swing onto Flex's position. Overall, another good setup from Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, beautiful play. The trade is there as well. Again, Swamp Gaming with the disadvantage. Also, I noticed one thing. Kai is wearing that OG Carbon jersey, by the way. You'll see it in a minute. That's insane. I love to see it. Look at that. Famous. Beautiful kill onto Dane. Now this is very possible. But Swamp Gaming, not going to go for it just yet. Knowing that, you know, they have the advantage taken away from GG, so they know they can go anywhere if they really want to. Famous, once again, was for a huge swing. I'm pretty sure he already got spotted here by Landflow, but obviously the support from the back is there as well. Famous will find him, though. That's an insane one-tap. Gets it done. Now, it's about time. 44 seconds left. Raffen in a beautiful position. He has good chance to pick one of these players, but now Famous, he activates. Better later than never, but we'll see if that's going to be enough. Raffen comes around the corner. 1v3 clutch. That would be insane by him. He gets one. He gets two. And he finds the last man. HCZ. He's a little bit under pressure right now as Raffen actually made things a little bit interesting here all of a sudden. It's going to be great peek from Raffen. HCZ doesn't have to go for this, and he knows it. He goes around. He plays the timer. No, Raffen, he has to find him, and that's a beautiful reposition here from HCZ. But Raffen could just go for that diffuse, but it's going to be a little bit awkward. HCZ has to go for it. He has to go for it. Doesn't go down, Raffen. The timer's ticking.
Huge.
Oh, HCZ with an insane mistake there. He could have played it a little bit smoother there, but Raffen, the 1v3 clutch. I mean, come on, man.
Yeah, way too clean from Raffen in the end. Those first 2 kills were absolutely gnarly, and then it almost felt like he was kind of toying with HCZ in the end. He made all the right moves. HCZ just gets bamboozled, allowing Raffen up onto the site. Then he has that defuse pressure, and at that point, you kind of feel like the round is over. Raffen, big one. I mean, it was a good effort from Famous. He said he finally activates, better late than never, and that is true. That was the first kind of famous round that we actually got to see of this map, and unfortunately, it isn't going to result in a round win for Swamp. But another one for Gaimin Gladiators, and looking for that 10-4, looking for a clean close here on map 1 against Swamp.
There you go. You see Kai's jersey there? That's OG. That's so far back. I mean, love to see it. Anyway, seems like Kai's already got a leg shot, which isn't ideal. And Swamp Gaming, it's back to back to back to make it to overtime. Doesn't seem very likely. Obviously never impossible, but losing a round 1v3 against Raffen surely didn't really make it better. If anything, that kind of killed the confidence. So we'll see if that's it's gonna be an easy sweep for GG or not. I mean, look at this. I mean, Lion Claw. This confidence, he goes around, finds a quick kill, even might find a second here, but doesn't go for it. He doesn't need to. And I love this play here. I mean, even though they could have gone for it, I mean, they have a huge lead and they even have the advantage in this round, but they still play super decisive and they don't go for unusual peaks here.
Oh, great shot from Famous. Again, starting to activate late in this map. It's maybe a little scary for Gaimin Gladiators. They need to try and close it out right here and now. But then again, Raffen is also coming online, and you've got this flank coming in from Lion Claw. Just needed to hold on to the side a little bit cleaner, and this was around that Claw in behind. He gets 2. Can't quite finish it off. Dane is 1 HP. Josh is trying to duel him. He will win that duel inevitably. It just needed one more kill to sort of slow that down, and Lion Claw would have been there to finish it off. But end of the day, Swamp keep themselves in the fight for now.
Yeah. Still in the conversation. Again, still a lot to do, but they don't go down without a fight, and you gotta respect that. And this time around, I love this. Okay, so this time they go for a quick A execute. Let's see if that's gonna work out. Lion Claw finds the first kill, but there comes the rest. Swamp Gaming, they made it possible. There's the opening. There's no one left on the bomb side here, so Flex. Let's see if he's gonna go for a cheeky peek. It seems like he's gonna wait a little bit here. The bomb's still not planted, though. They will... Okay, now it's actually gonna get planted. Let's see, Kais. Is he gonna check that corner? I don't think he will, and that's a cheeky spot now. This is what I was saying, right? So Flex, he found a great position to be in, and that's basically a free kill, unless Kais has a better idea. Dzane also on the other side doesn't get it done, but there's a quick kill. Flex, he's in so much pressure right now. Again, Famous activates. He gives people new haircuts, right? So all of a sudden, they activate.
Yeah, 9-6, starting to get a little bit closer than Gaimin might have liked it to have, but still not super concerning just yet. Not super tight. Gaimin again going to play it fairly passive, fairly standard, with the exception of Flex, who, you know, is up to his usual trickery. Spots out Josh. Can't let the headshot there. Would have been the end of Josh. That's going to give Swamp some pause for thought.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, we see Flex so many times in that connector. You would almost assume that he will be in there all the time, right? So, actually kind of surprised that there's nothing like a counter strat or anything against that, but maybe it's not necessary. Maybe it's just nothing people think about. I don't know. But so far, again, GG. They are at a match point, but Swamp Gaming, they are still here. They're still hungry. They want this to be theirs, but look at that. It's gonna be a little bit harder now without Kais in the picture. Doesn't look too good right now. Swamp Gaming, I mean, one by one, they go for these fights and they will go down, and Snox doesn't have the greatest time right now either. I mean, 1-4. This guy has been so good on the other side of things, but right now he can't really get anything done. Flex finds Famous, yet another crazy kill, and yeah, I mean, honestly, this looks like it's a done deal unless HCZ has something in store that no one ever would have expected. I mean, 1v5, there's a beautiful chance, but not gonna happen this time around. Yeah, they take map number 1 convincingly, and I would almost say I didn't expect less, but Swamp Gaming, they came back with a beautiful fashion, but in the end, it wasn't enough, right?
Yeah, very, very convincing indeed. Look, at the end of the day, it even could have been maybe a little bit of a faster map out from Gaimin Gladiators, but I don't think we can really get into any kind of a conversation about any potential comeback there from Swamp. It was just still so far out of their reach, and you have to be pretty happy with that. As Gaimin Gladiators, that they've closed that one out without too much trouble at all. We'll throw it back over to the analyst desk and see what they have to say about our second match.
Gaimin Gladiators managed to win their map pick in a very stylish way and a very convincing way, and we didn't feel that like their key player Spoxy was missing. Everyone was on point.
Against what I thought, honestly, because last time I saw GG without Spoxy, it was a horrific gameplay coming from GG side. But you know, you can adapt and you can become the better version of yourself, and that's what we saw from GG tonight. Surprising everyone, without Spoxy, they did show up. They did manage to play without the main sniper and destroying Swamp Gaming. Now, is it a map thing? Surely the map do play an element. When you choose a specific map, you have your reasons and you have your key and strength points when it comes to the map side. But still, you know, having Dean with the sniper did add a lot. But let me highlight one key player that I saw and just loved and enjoyed his playstyle, Desain, man, with 20 kills. And we weren't on the last rounds. It was 7 to 4, I think, and Desain was on 17 bomb, man. It was just super insane to witness and see the guy, just his reflexes, and Dean being the sniper instead of Spoxy, just you know, didn't make that big of a difference. That means Dean managed to show up, managed to show us a solid performance. If anything, and to recap, the strongest point of the GG win is Dean with the sniper and Desain being the MVP of the first map for sure.
Yeah, 100%. And I felt like Swamp Gaming, it felt like they got caught off guard by the port pick. I felt like they were not expecting port to be the first map, and like GG, maybe like it was a sort of a cheese in the map V2, and like Swamp Gaming, it felt like they were not ready for it. But like the next map, Black Widow, it's their map pick. But let's take a look at the stats really quick before we go to the next map. 1.8 Desain.
It's just, he's the GOAT, man. He's the greatest of all time in this series, if I'm being honest. 1.80 KDA from Desain side. I mean, when you jump into the 7th round with 17 or 18 kills, you know, you're just feeling it, you're in the flow, and when you have a sniper like Dean, a clutch master like Raffin, and OGL like Flex, it's just all sorts of, and all, you know, you can find your rhythm, find a strong place to be when you are GG. Now for Swamp Gaming, let's talk more about Swamp. The map wasn't there and they did lose the first match. Now Josh did play a solid game with 1.31 KDA. I didn't see much of Snox or even Kai's, but I do believe in a comeback story, and I do believe that Swamp Gaming could take us in the third game. And let's be honest, with the same performance from Swamp Gaming, or even better, because next is their map, we could potentially go to the last map.
Yeah, and the next map is Black Widow, and like it's a blacklisted map in a way, and I felt like GG, they were really good on the blacklist side. They were really aggressive, and like it felt like Swamp Gaming were not reading the replays correctly. So probably GG, like they're going to be on the blacklist side as well in this maps, and Swamp Gaming chose the map, and I feel like this is a risk, or like it must feel like a threat for Swamp Gaming, because like if a team is really good at the blacklist side and he's starting the blacklist, you have to take the game slow. You have to take the map slow, because like if you give them a very huge lead, it will be a problem for you going to the blacklist side yourself.
Yes, for sure. And for a team like Swamp Gaming, they don't need more of stress and more of tension on their game, because their position in the standing is not the best already, and coming to Black Widow being the second map, and GG are known on this map to be scary.
Famous for the cat.
Like you, cat. So as I was saying, it's super scary and stressful for Team Swamp Gaming. They need to do anything, and the look on their faces just tell that they know the importance of this game.
They are having a talk. You can see it. Like HCZ is 100% like talking to the guys throughout the next game, what we should do. Like everyone is trying to regain their focus. On the other side, the Gaimin Gladiators, they have an advantage.
Yeah, they look more chill.
Yeah, they are more chill because they are 1-0 up.
Exactly.
Right? And they are used to this kind of situation.
They look more chill. They look more, you know, stress isn't there for them. And thing is, we're just super close to playoffs almost next week. And everyone knows the importance of every game
Yeah.
right now. And for Swamp Gaming, if they did not manage to stop Design and the sniper of Dean, they might lose this as a 2-0.
Yeah, we'll see if it's 2-0 or we're going to map 3. Elfish and Bandux, you have the mic.
Yes, welcome back, everybody. It's going to be another great match, I would assume at least. And yeah, so far it's looking pretty good for GG. I mean, even considering Spoxy isn't in the mix right now, Dane does a fantastic job of pretty much replacing him until he's back.
Yeah, the only question here, of course, is going to be we're now moving on to the map pick of Swamp. That means we're also moving over to the NA servers, more than likely. And so Gaimin may have a little bit more of a difficult time in this one. Black Widow, you'd think should be right up there, Ali. Double sniper setup immediately out the gate. Flex and Dane looking for those opening picks.
Yes, indeed. We'll see how GG plays on this map. Because, again, they played a lot of Black Widow so far, so I would assume that someone did their homework, but we'll see if Swamp Gaming actually has something in store against them. Again, we are now on the NA server here, so they have a little bit of an upper hand. You would assume so, at least. So let's see if that's actually going to be the case. And right now, Josh, with DHK, is going to be tested as a great pop flash comes in front of him. Still able to get something done. The Zane, of course, he has been super good on map number 1. He gets famous, though, takes out a huge factor for Swamp Gaming. And, well, look at the damage done to GG. I mean, that's massive.
It is, but it's not a round 1 just yet. 4 on 4 here. As Famous reconnects back on in, but it is just Flex that's trying to pressure in toward the B bomb side. He's starting to draw a rotate. This is a great timing for Gaimin to work their way out on long. Kais has his hands full, and he's got the answers for it. A 2-for-1. He's done a really good job, and there's no secret as to which direction Swamp wants to be heading in now. Dane trying to clear out as much of the A side as he possibly can, while Flex cuts off the rotations. That kill could change the game, though. You can actually go for a wrap back into B here if you're Gaimin Gladiators, because Flex is able to spot those 2 players coming across from B. He can read into the fact that B's potentially quite weak at this stage. They've waited long enough, and that's the thought process that Swamp have got now. So they've sent an extra player back over to B. HCC's going now as well. This is a huge read from Gaimin.
Yeah, it's one of these situations where you give your enemy enough time to overthink, and it worked out this time around. And HCZ is not going to be happy about this one. I mean, come on. You had it, and then you just moved away. You barely missed the timing there. And ooh, HCZ actually gets flexed. That's an insane kill, but Dane, of course. Oh, boy, he actually gets it done. Okay, Dane, the sub jumps in, and he's still performing. Again, I have to give him huge shoutouts. And, of course, look at Flex. He's very happy about this one right now.
Yeah, Dane is locked in, bro. Gaimin are thinking, man, maybe we should lock this guy in for a core position. But then again, like, who would you actually remove? I don't know, but Dana's playing for a spot in a core roster, that's for sure. He's looking super solid this week. And Swamp setting themselves up for another defense here. But Gaimin not looking to probe too early on in the piece. They have taken long control. Have a player set up in barracks, but where do they go from here? It looks like 5 players up long might be the option.
It's always difficult to decide who to replace, right? Especially in such a roster like GG, right? It's just not a decision I want to make, right? Because, you know, it's just not an easy one. Look at Kais. He is ready to cook. Snox also finds Raffin, and that's a great start. Look at that. That's an absolute disaster for GG. But it's not done just yet, as Lionclaw finds 2 kills all by himself. Zane obviously still there.
C4's right behind Lionclaw. He could get a plant pretty quick here, but we've got that slow creep in from Swamp. I feel like Gaimin Gladiators here probably should have just tried to go a little bit quicker after they got those first couple of kills, try and just force a plant down or something. But yeah, now that they've given that time over to Swamp, you can see that they're kind of trapped in A, in long. Swamp are starting to wonder what is up, though. So they're rotating, roaming around the map, and It's actually going to allow Lionclaw back out along. What's the plan here for Swamp, for Gaimin even? I don't think they're going to go back to B, otherwise Flex would not be standing there. They could have gone B. They had plenty of time. In the end, not going to work out, and Swamp will find their first round on the second map.
Yeah, I think ultimately they were just looking for another pick before they decide what they actually want to do. And yeah, didn't work out. Swamp Gaming recovered this round, and that's a beautiful start into this game for them. And, you know, obviously, you just forget about map 1. It wasn't the greatest, but maybe on Black Widow, on their, you know, server choice, they might just pull it off. Especially, I think Famous is one of these players that, you know, he's actually insane on Black Widow. Give him the HK, give him the ping advantage, and he just rock and rolls, right? But so far, he's been a little bit quiet. I mean, obviously, you can't expect much. It's been 2 rounds, right? So we'll see. Famous starts to activate again, because again, if he activates, the rest of the squad will feel a lot of confidence. And this is going to be a B hit, as the rest of, you know, GG, they prepare a little bit of a utility. And Josh, he has a little bit of an idea. He throws the smoke, but it's not gonna hold off GG just yet. Great grenade stack in that corner there. It's not gonna do enough damage. Look at that, Josh. He finds one, but Flex comes in, helps his buddy out, gets the frag done, and that's pretty much the B-side for GG right now.
That would have been a great grenade stack if there was anyone hiding behind the box, but there wasn't. 4v4. One plant still yet to go down. Kai's in the window, not going to peek as that plant does get tapped. And you're right, Gaimin pretty nicely set up here in the post-plant. A lot of this rests on the shoulders of Dane to make sure that he doesn't let control of the box room slip away. He does get Famous and HCC as well. Dane's on an absolute heater at the moment. Kais does get himself one back in the favor of Swamp, but that's all she wrote for the round. And another one for Gaimin Gladiators. They are looking pretty good tonight.
Ooh, Dane gets the wallbang headshot there in the beginning. A little bit unfortunate for him. Not gonna be the end of his road. I mean, 5-1, look at that. He's just on fire right now. And you know what? I love to see him perform like that, because he is now in a sub position, but he's performing like one of the main players, right? So this gives him a very, very good position to be in a conversation for other teams, right? I mean, obviously, Dane being that good, he is not looking forward to be a sub forever, right? So he definitely wants to be one of the main players in any squad, right? So right now, everyone else is watching, and everyone is like, okay, you know what? Dane is a very good player. He speaks English. He's good for everyone, right? So let's see in the future if he's actually going to end up in one of these main squads. But for now, we focus on this B hit once again. GG stalling this one a little bit, but they will explode eventually. And here we go. Raffen jumps in. He will not find anyone just yet. Josh does a beautiful job of preventing this push. He's still alive, though, still cooking. There comes the wraparound from Flex. They haven't cleared this corner just yet, but Lionclaw will get it done. And yet again, they will find the B bomb spot.
Yeah, this is rough for Swamp. That looked like it should be their round given the start, but now there's still a chance here for Gaimin Gladiators. They will retrieve the C4. Flex going to opt to remain in the site, but they're deciding to exit through the box room together, and if Snox goes down here for free, then all bets are off. In the end, Snox will get both, and so Swamp hold on for a 2-2.
Yep. They definitely keep it interesting. This is basically how map number 1 started as well, right? It was a little bit of back and forth here and there, but it is pretty much what you would expect for Swamp Gaming. Not a team to go down easily, right? I mean, they showed who's boss yesterday, and they're looking forward today again. As Kais opens up on Dane, that's a huge kill to find. Considering how good Dane is right now, Kais, he's just on fire today. I mean, yeah, a little bit more quiet on map number 2, but still, overall, an insane player to have in your squad. And right now, Swamp Gaming, they feel a little bit more confident, I would say. I mean, these peaks are working out beautifully, and even the holds on B, I mean, yeah, they lose it at first, but then somehow Swamp Gaming, they make it work. It's just, it's a beautiful match to watch right now.
Yeah, a bit more comfortable for Swamp on this map, to be fair, for sure. But not out of the woods yet. Again, Gaimin are going to default back to a B take. A B hit with 4 players, a player disadvantage. Does feel like it's unlikely to work out here. They're going to give Flex the chance to try and just go probing with that sniper rifle, but hasn't been able to land anything. Counter flashes the util coming through. Josh able to cook Flex in the end, who wasn't able to dodge that flash and just ducked in the corner to try to survive. Dezane would need multiple, and he can't get it. That is another solid hold from Swamp.
Whew, Raffen. Look at that. He was almost dead. It's been, what, like 5 seconds into the game? That's just what happens when you walk out of the spawn and, you know, someone wallbangs that little window there. Very common spot in, you know, ranked games, but seems to work out here as well. I mean, GG, they should be a little bit aware of that because it happened last round already to Dane, right? So I'm pretty sure from here on now, that will not be the case anymore. Surely they have to be aware, right? So Flex, once again, not surprised, will go down first. Raffen barely standing on his feet, and for some reason, GG, they just like to hit on B, right? So it hasn't been that good. I mean, actually, it hasn't really worked at all, right? So
Yeah.
not too sure why they prefer it so much.
Yeah, I mean, I would think hitting A would be favorable when you've got such strong snipers, but 1 for 1 there in middle. Lion Claw gets another one onto B. At least here, if it's going to be a B hit, it's going to be somewhat of a B split, and I like that. It does draw some of the attention away from Swamp. Lion Claw clearing out the box. B site taken. Now it's going to have to be the 3-on-3 hold. They don't want the B site. This is crazy to me. It's taken some time. They wanted to clear the box room out, I guess. And that has given Famous a bit of a chance in there, but ultimately, Gaimin are going to be given B, and they should get a plant. Just getting so aggressive. They're getting so active. Why haven't they planted the bomb, bro? They have B. They have B and a 3-on-3, and they don't want to plant the bomb.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird, actually. They're going to take a lot of time. They're still not planted, though. I mean, now it's not even worth it to plan right now. He needs at least one more frag to make things possible, and can really tell he's been cornered in, so they know exactly where he is. And at this point, GG, they had a great chance to win this round, but it's not gonna happen anymore. Famous gets the last kill here as well, and yeah, like you mentioned, it's a little bit uncomfortable almost to watch, right? I mean, they had it, then they didn't finish, and I would assume this is a pause here, and a much needed one as well.
Yeah. Got to find a way to figure out what they're doing. Because it has kind of started to fall apart at the seams, fall apart at the wheels, maybe. I don't really want to be seeing another B hit. I don't think the B hits have looked clean enough. You can absolutely take box room control. I think that's a very viable conversation right now that Gaimin Gladiators could have, because you have kind of conditioned that if we take box room control, we are going to hit the B bomb site. And Swamp are going to be thinking about that. So if you take box room here and then maybe leave one player there to try to fake the site and rotate off, go A, go mid to A, go up short, something like that, you know, you probably keep at least 2 players locked in on that B bomb site. So that's actually going to be interesting to see what they do decide to go for.
I think Zane is looking for his confidence or something. I don't know. Might have dropped it. Not too sure.
Can't believe you've done him like that.
Nah, no hard feelings, of course. I mean, Zane has been so insanely strong on map number 1. Map number 2 has been it's been okay. Not the greatest, obviously, but still. I mean, look at Lion Claw. Look at that. Oh, God. He doesn't look happy at all. I mean, come on, man. Guys, stay positive. It's still anyone's map to take. And yeah, come on. It's not over until it is. And we are just about to jump back into the game. And 4-2 is the scoreline.
Straight back on into it, Gaimin. Pretty quickly get their way back into this, and it's actually going to be an A hit by the looks of things, straight up short. That's not a bad call at all. Kai's is the only one defending this line for the moment. So HCZ is coming back across now. Flex out middle. Where's the entries? They're going the way of Gaimin. Kai's gets one. Josh another. That was Flex in middle, so it's Kai's still under pressure. And while they have got player on long, which is famous, that site control is lost. And Gaimin, it should be their round. The only question I have is, are they going to be prepared for a peek from long? Lionclaw was open to it for a second there, but Famous waited a little bit too long. And now starting to make his move. Gaimin have already got safe from that long position. Got Lionclaw and Dezane keeping a bit of an eye on it. Famous spotted out. You're going to see the 1-2 punch, the swing coming through after the contact is made. Josh brought down to heel in middle. And Famous, nice clean headshot from him, but with 8 seconds left, this round is unwinnable as long as Gaimin do not peek him. And they have not. And this round is over. So it will be Gaimin up to 3.
Yeah. Seems like the pause was worth it. They get it done. And it's crazy to think, but I gave Famous a fair chance of winning that 1v3, right? Even though he was already low. But whenever I see Famous with the HK and I see a nice angle, I'm like, yes. But not this time around. I mean, he found one. But like you mentioned, it's almost impossible to lose. And yeah, surely they got it done. Snox being tested there a little bit. And Lionclaw, here you go. I mean, this guy is ready to go. He finds 2 quick headshots. Almost it's a little bit uncomfortable there with Josh underneath the cat there. And, well, it's still anyone's round for the take. I mean, Lionclaw and Gaimin both are pretty low, though. And now even Flex found a little bit of damage there. I mean, he will go down initially. HCZ, good kill. But now the retake will begin. And it's going to be a little bit uncomfortable for both. I mean, look at that. The wraparound will eventually go through. Kais has been spotted, though. That gives a little bit of information to GG, but there's so much to work for. And Dezane will take him out. And now this is anyone's taking for the taking here, right? Beautiful positioning here from Dezane. And look at that. I mean, come on. That's just way too easy, man.
Yeah, right back into it. That tack timeout has worked wonders for Gaming. 4-4. This could end up being a 5-4 lead for Gaimin, the way that they've been going in the last couple of rounds, and it's going to be back to the tried and true, the trusty B-side take. They're almost into box room. They don't decide to keep on going quickly, but there's a flash now that's going to send them in. Grenade to answer, but fast push in from Raffen. The trade is there. The numbers good enough for Gaimin to continue to trade down, and they're going to slow it out. Wait for the smoke at the doors. Nades in as well. Hefty damage onto Famous and Snox. Snox, who will go swinging into the bomb site and end up losing his life. Another 1-for-1. It's not ideal, but the two buddies, the Smash Bros, Famous and Kais, to try to clutch this one out for Swamp.
Timer's ticking. Swamp Gaming. They're just stalling this one a little bit to be given anything, but it's actually gonna go the other way around. Flex finds Famous, though. He will go down in the process, though, but Kais also no. They know exactly where he is, and body system comes into play. Okay, well, the grenade will finish the job. That was a little bit too close for comfort in the end, but good trades. They will get it done. And again, after the pause, they just look a lot better. And now I would assume this is a tech pause from Swamp, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure.
What's going to be the half swap, I suppose. That's a good time to iron out any kinks, if there's any issues here. But second map definitely looking a lot more competitive than the first, which was to be expected. You know, if there's even a map taken here by Swamp, I'd consider that a pretty significant win, because Gaimin, in my mind, should be a team that should be able to put Swamp away 2-0. And actually, in the last meeting, which was back in week 1, Gaimin did 2-0 Swamp. Compound and Ankara were the maps there. Black Widow was the decider. So we've had a pretty significant map pool change in this matchup in particular, but still kind of leaning in the direction of that 2-0 for Gaimin, personally. We'll have to see how things eventuate in that second half, but I'm quite enticed at the possibility of a double sniper setup here for Gaimin Gladiators on the GR side. It's not going to happen in the first round. Flex will be on that AK.
Well, HTZ ready to go after the side swap here. Still looking for the third. Doesn't overextend just yet. Look at Flex. Beautiful position here. Actually goes further, which I think wasn't the smartest move, but obviously, you know, sits in spawn, will get the frag done. And they're not wasting any time after we switch, right? So it's only going to be Dane, and it worked out beautifully for Swamp, so it's not going to be the easiest way to win, but if they continue to play like that, I mean, come on. I give him a fair chance, and no, Dane, obviously, again, in the clutch, surely not. I mean, maybe gets a couple more frags, but in the end, Snox will find him. It's Swamp Gaming. They will win the first round.
Yeah, straight back into it, aren't they? That's fast from Swamp. And if you're going to win a round that decisively, then Gaimin are going to have some hard yards to put in the second half. Also, by the way, Gaimin don't have their attack timeout anymore. So if things do start to go problematically for them, they won't have time to think about it. Josh is straight into the box room solo. That's already putting pressure on the B players. Claw can't quite clean him up, but he's done some significant damage.
Yeah, look at that. Dane ready to rock and roll again. Finds Kaisto, looks for a second. That's insane. Famous actually takes him out in the end there, but HCZ also there to help his friend out, and yeah, it continues to go that. I mean, Josh, look at that. He takes out Ref, and this is a very winnable round for Swamp Gaming all of a sudden. And I mean, look how it started and how it ended, and Swamp Gaming, they're looking for some revenge, and they're gonna get it.
Two on the trot. Very decisive looking rounds as well from Swamp. Very confident in their Blacklist side on Black Widow, it seems. So, double sniper presence out now from Gaimin Gladiators, and I wonder if Swamp is going to play into that by going a little bit slower. It looks like they are. Likes having a look down middle, doesn't see much. Dane over here on the A site watching short, also doesn't see much. So maybe those snipers still going to take some time to really ramp up.
Yeah, a lot slower this time around. They're gonna take some time. It's actually interesting to consider, you know, because they had 2 quick rounds, and now they decide to play a little bit slower. Not too sure why they decide to do so. I mean, it's always nice to have a little bit of a tempo change here and there, but if it works, it works. So, not too sure what's going on here. So, maybe they have another idea. Maybe they have something, you know, that I'm just not aware of. But on the other side, GG, of course, they had a beautiful, well, let's call it an okay first half, considering everything, right? So I expect them to step it up a little bit, especially considering they are on the GR side of things, right?
Yeah, most definitely. Although, look at this and think it's probably the Swamp's map to lose now. There's going to be a smoke tossed in there by Gaimin. Slow things down on B, but they haven't rotated a player off of B, and that could be a problem because it is just 2 players trying to hold A. Josh losing his life to Dezane. That's really a huge kill because Dezane is going to be able to clear out A long. He'll spot the presence coming up short as well, and he'll be able to take that fight straight back to Swamp. 2 players down already. Famous trying to make the cross on bridge. Dezane just decides to try and face. Dane at the back of sight, having no impact so far, but now able to deny the bomb plan, and that might just be the round over and done with. Kai's is left solo. He's got no time. And so Gaimin hold on, and they hold on to an equalizing round as well. They're back up to 6-6. And we're going to have another tight finish here, I think.
Yeah, you would assume so. This time around, Swamp Gaming, they clear out A long. They want to gain as much map control as always. That's an interesting position for Snox. Let's see if he's able to get anything done. He spots a little bit. I think he might have spotted Dezane there. Not too sure. For some reason, they actually decide to go back. We'll see if that's that has any reason with spotting Dezane or not. Not too sure though. Flex has a good position. You might be able to find Kais. Look at that. I mean, that's amazing. Consider him just like that. I mean, he was in the scope, right? So, and he was still able to flick down. That's insane.
It's a good start again for Gaimin. We kind of saw what happened on Port, where once they got the ball rolling, they just sort of cleaned it up. It could be the case again here, where there was maybe a brief moment of a response from Swamp, and then all of a sudden Gaimin start to accelerate. There's a good trade in from Raf, and Smoke's all over the place right now. Barely see anything. Swamp try to make their way into the side. It's not going well for them. Famous and HCZ trying to keep it alive here. Lion Claw's going to go down. HCZ trading one as well, and we're back into the 2-on-2. Dane falling. Famous finds himself in a 1v1 against Raffen. Time of the essence as Raffen dances around the pillar and cleans it up. It's Gaimin that will secure one more, but that was by the barest of margins.
Yeah, beautiful play here from Raffen to just dance around the wall there. Famous, you know, he had a very good time there, but in the end couldn't really close down the rounds. Again, thanks to Raffen. But yeah, GG. They keep going. They don't really stop. I mean, look at that, 7 and 6. They're looking pretty good. I mean, again, multiple factors why that's the case. Swamp Gaming. They had a good run for a while, and then they kind of stopped doing that again, right? But so far, it's a very competitive matchup, right? I mean, it's the closest it can be, right? So it's definitely anyone's map for the taking. But I still agree with you, right? GG, they are definitely the team to beat right now.
Yeah, a little bit more clutch in this second half as well, but it's only given them a 7-6 lead. It's not a whole lot to write home about. Yeah, some of these rounds have been super close as well. Swamp could easily be in the lead at this stage. Zane up close on short. Rough duel against Famous. He kind of gave away his position. That's a sharp shot from Flex, and I'm surprised he gets out there. That could be pivotal for the round, that he's actually been able to find that trade and back off. Now it's 4-on-4. Still a very spread approach from Swamp, not indicating where exactly they want to be going. But backing out of long, would say maybe towards B. Those C4s working its way up short on its own. Does HCC know he's got the C4? You'd hope so. Yeah, everyone coming across to HCC's position, so that's all good.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a little bit weird if he didn't know, right? But none the matter, doesn't really matter.
Happens.
Yeah.
Sometimes you forget in the moment. You think, I got to take this space, and then you die with the C4 in an awkward spot, and that can be the round lost. But it's definitely not over yet. 25 seconds, they're going to get the bomb plan, and now a 2-on-2 retake required by Lionclaw and Raffen.
Yeah, bomb's been planted. Snugs with a good position there. Lionclaw. It's actually going to be Raffen that finds the first frag. Snugs does a great job. Look at that. I mean, that's a trick shot. Come on. That's insane. Snugs not able to clutch down this round, but come on, that was insane, right? The way he jumped down from Cat, he still got the kill done. In the end, of course, Lionclaw, he gets it done, and it means so much to him. You could really tell. He's like, come on, guys, calm down. I got this done, right? So, huge round again from GG. It was back and forth all the way till the end, and yeah, it's just amazing to see GG play, right? The way they get these rounds done. Sometimes more convincing than others, but still, it's super good.
I mean, 8-6, you're not going to be mad about it whichever way it's coming. Oh, they have lost to Zane early on in the piece here, and they've also lost long control. So this is where we might start to see that fight back come through for Swamp. Flex on an aggressive line. Not able to get himself anything here. The smoke's just too obscuring. I don't mind this, though. This aggression from Flex. You want to be trying to bring the numbers back, and he's the perfect player to do it, because he is such a outrageous individual. Decides to back it up this time around. Saw the guys trying to cross into short, though, so he's going to gamble on the A bomb site. Dane's here, Lionclaw as well, and Flex holding long. So it's a good setup from Gaimin if this ends up being an A take.
Definitely. Snox gets taken out by Lionclaw. That's another great kill from Lionclaw. Gotta give it to him. Now Swamp Gaming, they need to do something. I mean, there comes all the utility. Smoke perfectly placed. But now the push will come through. Eventually, I guess, Kais gets a good kill onto Raffen, but they still don't really go for it. But Kais has so much work, and now all of a sudden, this game, this round rather, is looking like a Swamp Gaming round if there's nothing else coming our way. I mean, Lionclaw super aggressive, not gonna work out, and yeah. Dane has a good position though, but he isn't 100%, he isn't aware, right? He misses a crucial shot, can't get it done, but if he would have hit that shot on HZ, I give him a great chance, but it's not gonna happen. Swamp Gaming, yet another round.
Not enough to equalize just yet, so Gaimin keep their noses in front. Still hunting for that potential 2-0. Yeah, a big pop-off moment from Swamp gets them around, but do they have enough to do it if they're at a deficit? That'll be the next question as well. Again, got the double sniper set up. Flex again pushing his way out through middle. Gaimin are being very active in this round, and Swamp are kind of respecting that. They see the forward smoke. They know you can't really approach the box room at the moment.
Ooh. That was close. Flex still alive, but Kais got a good shot onto him, and you would assume, you know, Flex, he basically does a lot of things, but it's always similar, right? So he plays super aggressive, he looks for these early entries, or even he looks, whenever they have a man disadvantage, he looks to, you know, get a quick kill himself, so the disadvantage is gone, right? But it's very interesting to see that, you know, he gets away with it a lot of times. Obviously he dies sometimes, yes, but still, overall, he plays it to perfection, right? And look at this. Oh, Lionclaw, beautiful swing onto HCZ there with his crosshair. That's insane. Looks for a third, not gonna find it though. Famous. Good for two with the cold out.
They don't know about Raffen. Raffen has let him past. And Famous should be a dead man here. That's Raffen very, very wisely playing that round. And now it's up to Dane to try and survive, but he won't. So C4 is retrievable here for Josh, and it's Josh v Raffen. Raffen, who was very clutch on port. Can he get another one here to give Gaimin map and series point? He's spotted out Josh, wants to take the fight, but he'll lose it. And that's 8-8. Swamp in with a very real chance now.
Back to break even. And we are going for a long hit. It's not gonna work out just yet. Flex holds an aggressive angle like he usually does. He's not really able to find anything just yet, but he gets away. Not too big of an issue. It's well, it was a start, a quick start into this round, but then all of a sudden we go back to a very quiet default setting. You know, in the last round, you know, when they had to 1v1 each other in mid, that's a very classic scenario, because back in the days, the pro players used to battle each other in the mid, right? So you play 1v1 on Black Widow, and you only go towards mid and battle each other from there.
Just aim prac.
Yeah, basically aim practice, right? And I know a couple of people that did that for hours over hours, right? And you know, that one tap there with the HK makes me think maybe he had some practice hours himself, right? So
yeah, it was a sharp shot.
One tap. Yeah, absolutely.
Indeed. Well, we're going to get Swamp with a bit of progression towards the B site. Clearing it out methodically. Box room not yet taken. You've got 3 players over toward B here for Gaimin. That is a good read if this ends up being a B hit. But they don't actually make that read based off of any information. So instead, Raffen's going to go pick mid back up. It's a fairly default standard kind of a setup from Gaimin Gladiators here.
Yeah, I mean, there's literally no info to play with whatsoever. I mean, Dzane might have spotted Kais there, I'm pretty sure. But Swamp Gaming, they are going for a very late hit. And let's see if that's actually going to be beneficial for them, but gonna be too sure about that yet. Dane has a beautiful position that is flashed, but still, Zane and Lionclaw, they get some frags done. Look at that, Snox, okay. Finally gets the shot done, but there's so much work to do. Dane not able to find anything, and now look at this round. Flex and Zane left for the clutch, and That
Oh,
just,
great shot.
I mean, Flex, that shot made everything possible for them. But it is going to be famous with 4 HP and the HK in hands, right? So this is still a very winnable situation for him, though.
It is indeed. Flex has a nade, but I doubt he's going to use it in this circumstance. Famous might have made the wrong call, though. He's watching short from long. Needed to be watching long from short. And that is going to be another round for Gaimin Gladiators. They're now up to 9, and it's map and series point. All the pressure is back on the shoulders of Swamp now.
Here we go. Number 9 for GG. Swamp Gaming. Once again in a very difficult position. Looks like GG is preparing a little bit of a B-long sweep. Flash is good. Raffen finds one. Can't find the second. Josh actually gets 2. Good positioning from him. Don't think he was flashed though. So this is a great opponent to this round. I mean, obviously the damage has been done. HTZ goes down, but Handclaw and Raffen, they will lose their lives over this. And look at Kai's, the aggression towards A. It's beautiful. Let's see if that's actually gonna be good for them. The Zane, I mean, come on, this guy is on fire. Dane gets one as well, and it's gonna be Kai's and Josh in the clutch though.
Still a messy round though, with Josh eking his way out middle. He gets timed by Flex. That's just such an unfortunate round by Swamp. 3 individual 1v1s going the way of Gaimin Gladiators. Leaves it on the shoulders of Kai's, and he may know where Dezane is. He may get this kill, but it is still a tough road ahead to try to push this through to the OT for Swamp. He's definitely got his time available to him and does make that jump into short, so has options open. Not sure that I'm such a fan of seeing Flex out here on his own. He needs to wait for Dane. This is a situation where you absolutely want to be trading it down. Yeah, I'm just going to set up outside of B. Looks like it'll inevitably have to be a retake on A, though. This plan is going to go down from Kai's, and this will be doable.
Yeah. I mean, once again, the body system comes into play for sure, right? I mean, this should be unlosable unless, you know, Kai's gets a beautiful collateral shot, but let's call that less likely, right? I mean, Kai's gets a good position here, but the timing is super key here. He gets one.
Oh,
but Dane, of course, it has to be Dane, the sub coming in. He's been insane in this entire set. I gotta give him another huge shout out. I mean, this guy, he's basically a great addition to the team here. I mean, when it comes to Spoxy, obviously he's not on the same level yet, but still insane. Gaimin Gladiators, they will take this one 2-0. It wasn't as clean as you would expect them to, but still, overall, beautifully, right?
Yeah, most definitely. Nice clutch in the end to fix it out there for Gaimin Gladiators, but a good effort from Swamp. Again, I have to give credit to Swamp. I mean, Gaimin, to me, is one of the best teams in the competition, so to be pushing them is a pretty good shout. Good effort from Swamp, but not today. 2-0 for Gaimin Gladiators. Let's pass it back to the analysts, see what they have to say.
Gaimin Gladiators managed to finish the series against Swamp Gaming, which is very important for them because, like we said, the competition is getting closer.
Exactly.
So getting one team away from your road, it's pretty important, and they did it with their sub as well, which is, I mean, you can't say he's a sub, right?
No,
he's playing insanely well.
And I love the progression that GG managed to accomplish within the jump from season to another. I mean, look at GG in the first season. They played 3 matches without Spoxy, lost all 3, and the absence of Spoxy was so visible for other teams.
Yeah.
And for I think it was a match against ROC, a match against InnerCircle, and a match against 999. Now in their first matchup without Spoxy against Swamp Gaming, they, I wouldn't say absolutely destroyed them, but they managed to win, which is a great accomplishment and achievement for Team GG. Now keep in mind here, Julio, that GG winning this match means a lot to them. It's a big jump on the standings, and for Swamp Gaming, it's a big loss on their record. Swamp Gaming need every match for them because the progress and the mission, the pathway to 3P is not far from Swamp Gaming. It's not far from GG. Both of them were on 50% win rate. GG now with a higher win rate. Now, thanks to Dean, the substitute, and thanks to actually, there's no specific names to mention. It's the whole team that played, and they just overpowered Team Swamp Gaming. I mean, they are not highlights or key points that I want to mention from Swarm Gaming side that they were missing. Rather than I want to mention GG strength point, which were the sniper coming in with the clutch. I mean, you're substituting for Spoxy. You have a big responsibility to do and to carry, and yet you managed to come out with 1.42 KDA, the highest KDA. So, round of applause for Dean, honestly. He deserves to be in that place. I mean, with a good IGLing from Flexly and Klo, of course, coming in with the clutches. I mean, if we had an interview with someone, I'd ask her for an interview, Dean, because the amount of questions, how does it feel to be in the place of the clutch master, Spoxy, and coming in, filling in his shoes, as of course Spoxy is super proud of his performance. I mean, for Team Swarm Gaming, they did play well. Yeah, they did show up. They showed heart in the game. They showed soul. They showed that they have much to say within the next matches. But Julio, honestly, there is no room for losing right now.
Yeah, and the MVP of this series is Disdain. I mean, the map one, let's be honest, Disdain, he carried most of it, right? Like,
yes.
I was looking at the scoreboard at some point, and it was like 17-5, and the rest of the guys were like 3 or 5 kills. So he was very on point in the first map. Even in the second map, he had his moments, he had his shots. So 100% deserved the MVP, and Zayn, like when GG needed him the most, he showed up.
He showed up, yeah, for sure. And the thing is with GG, it's just like ROC Esports. I think GG have a high level of chemistry, a high level of synchronization that they play on, and every player shows his own capabilities, his own abilities in the game. Every player plays his own role and carries his own weight. That's what I love about GG, and it's always a blast when you see GG playing against ROC Esports or playing against InnerCircle, one of the matches that I'm looking forward for before the playoffs for sure.
Yeah, 100%. Once again, congratulations to
Yes,
GG, and like for Swarm Gaming, they're still in the competition. They're still in a very, very comfortable place. So like it's not too late. It's a game against GG as well, one of the titans. So like you can learn a lot from
sure.
this game if you're Swarm Gaming. But let's move on to the last match of today: ROC versus 999, which is like let's be honest, let's be real. On paper, it's a very, very one-sided match. Like an 8-0 team, like undefeated team, versus like a 1-7 team. So like on paper, it's pretty like let's say one-sided toward ROC Esports, but 999, they always surprise us.
Yeah, against only the strongest of the strongest team, such as ROC, GG, and InnerCircle, they do show up. But I do understand 999 in a way that they have no pressure on them. They have no stress on them. They play stress-free because they know that the qualifications is super far from them. And it's super hard for them to qualify, so they just play their best of one, and they do manage to, you know, get themselves a win here, a win there, and yeah, but speaking realistically here and from an analysis side and from numbers that speak for themselves, we did see a comparison, a win rate for ROC Esports, which was 100%, and 999, which is 13%. That means they only won one match, only one match.
Yeah, and from the stats we can see in front of us, like we have ROC Esports, like these guys, you can never ever choose one guy and you can say like this guy is the best in the team. They are all on a very, very high level. Like there is a reason they are undefeated till now. So like ROC Esports, they keep proving that they are the best team in the league, without a doubt. And like facing 999, I mean, 999, there are some teams, I mean, the guys we can see in front of us now, CRS, BYK, Creed, mentioning QGK. BYK had an incredible series yesterday, even even if they lost, he did really good. And like there are some teams, what I want to say is, there are some teams, like when they have nothing to lose, they perform the best. Right?
Exactly. That was what I was saying, that stress-free, pressure-free, you have nothing to lose. Qualification is so far from you, so you play to practice, and that's what Creeds, QGK, BYK, CRS, and of course, and only mention is here to show us. I mean, listen, it's a match of skill and practice match bet for ROC Esports. For 999, they do now came from a losing streak, and they need to win somehow. But realistically, it's an easy matchup and should be a 2-0 for ROC Esports.
I mean, it's pretty rough, especially like the only win they had was against IC, and like it was a miracle run, right? They had like 2 maps, 9-5, and they managed to sweep it. I don't think this is something that we can like see multiple times in a row. I think it's really hard. And we have the key players, like I mentioned, I mean, Snare, the one and only for ROC Esports, one of the best snipers we have against BYK, like we mentioned, like he's the one that's might be the best performer in 999.
Yeah, and he keeps them on the field, let's be honest. His role is impactful. He always shows up when needed, BYK, and also CRS being the sniper of the team, being the key player here. Now, keep in mind when BYK camera is so stretched. Keep in mind that being 999, the way he looks at the camera also. BYK being a key player for Team 999 do have an impact for them because they do depend on him frequently, and if anything, if you can't live for their expectations, going to be hard for them. I know now being a fan for 999 is a bit hard coming into this matchup, but being a fan for ROC Esports, it's a good day knowing that it's one of the easy games for the boys.
Yeah, but like we know ROC Esports, right? Whenever there is an easy matchup, they make it not easy, right? Because like they keep practicing, they keep picking like maps that they want to try. For example, New Mexico, Black Widow.
Exactly.
I mean, do you think ROC Esports will do the same in terms of the map selection?
I mean, yes, I think they would select this out of meta, out of everything, map, just to try it out. I mean, I do understand them still. I mean, look at the standings; it do speak for themselves. So I'd go for New Mexico, for example, and or I will go for Black Widow, which is not a frequent map to see from ROC Esports side. I wouldn't go for Eagle Eye, Compound, Port, Ankara, even from the side.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the map Vita to see if ROC Esports are gonna experiment some new maps, or are we going to stick to the basic? Okay, we're going to stick to the basic. It's pretty surprising actually. Like ROC Esports, we were talking about trying New Mexico, trying Black Widow. They banned both.
Ooh. Now we're going to speak about Subbase Ankara and Compound. It's a rough day, let me tell you that, for 999. They picked the most comfortable map. Maybe there is no room for ROC Esports to lose, and they don't want to lose. They just want to stick to this win. Thing is, it's a different play style for them. They usually go for the non-frequent map to practice on it, have a better view like New Mexico. But banning New Mexico, then banning Black Widow is a new decision from ROC Esports, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, we're all here for it, and like the thing is, Ankara and Compound, we know how good ROC Esports are on
and
these
Subbase
two maps.
too.
So I feel like for 999, I know they picked Ankara themselves, but if they're going to win a map, I feel like they have to do it in Subbase, because like if you go if you lose Subbase and you go to Ankara, I think ROC Esports will give you a lot of trouble in this map.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, God be with the 999. It's a rough matchup for them, for sure. And I think ROC Esports want to finish it quick and easy for them. So they did pick their comfort map. If anything, you can't win the map V2 against ROC Esports.
Yeah.
The map draft, because they are comfortable on most of the maps that you did choose. The maps that you should be comfortable on. If it's Ankara, if it's Compound, if it's Eagle Eye, all of these maps will be played against ROC Esports. I don't know, jump in the game. Thing is, with 999, they do lose against 3P and Swamp Gaming, but they do always surprise us against ROC Esports, GG, InnerCircle, and the stronger teams out there.
100%. But like, what do you think about the mentality of the players right now from 999? Because like you're 1-7, and it's pretty rough. And do you think, because like we were talking about this, me and Bingman yesterday, it's not impossible for 999 to reach playoffs, right? You need 4 wins, and there's like a whole second half of the split. So do you think it's still doable? Do you think the players are still trying to reach this point, or do you think the players are just like playing to just play?
First of all, it is doable, super doable for them. Second of all, it's not stressful until you reach this third one.
Yeah,
it's super stressful for you because expectations are low. And
Yeah.
I think it's a good mentality to have zero expectations. However, on any of the matches, you just jump in, do your best, get out of the server with a win
Yeah.
or with a loss. So you jump in, get the win, and it's not stressful for you because you play in a best of one series being the last place. Now, it's not impossible for them, but the thing is, it's always an upset against the weaker teams and a
Yeah.
surprise against the stronger teams. So I'd be super mad from 999, honestly, as a fan of the underdog, if they do win against ROC Esports and tomorrow lose against one of the weaker teams.
Yeah, 100%. And for ROC Esports, it feels like more of a practice right now because like they are in a very comfortable place. They just want to maybe try new play styles, maybe try new like new weapons on some players.
Yes.
Maybe they want to try new different roles. Like they can do that in such games because like they are in a very very comfortable place. They can try stuff. They have this like advantage. So I'm not really sure. I'm pretty sure that ROC Esports are pretty comfortable in this map. But are they going to try new stuff or not? Because like I feel like from the map selection, they are going in very serious. They don't want to joke around, and they just want to take the win and go home.
And they just want to kill 999 chances here, honestly. And thing is with 999, I mean, we did highlight a lot of 999. Let's highlight a bit more of ROC Esports till the game starts. It's a few minutes till we jump in the game. Thing is with ROC Esports, as you said, they did not pick the out of meta, the new maps. They just want to go ham. They want to destroy 999 by any chance, by picking Eagle Eye, by picking Compound, by picking Subbase as the first map. And that just makes it more scarier for 999. Now, the common thing for ROC Esports, and we did see them do this against these stronger teams, is that they usually go for some of the weak maps and some of the not that common maps. But now it's just go home or go all in for 999, and I'm just up there for it.
Yeah, 100%. And that was my next point. Like, I feel like this game is gonna be really fast. I feel like these two teams are super aggressive, especially that 999 again has nothing to lose. So they must do something special inside the game. They must do something that might get ROC might get them caught off guard in a way. And I feel like ROC Esports are the same team, kind of, right? I mean, they're doing it from a better place, like a more comfortable place. That they are an aggressive team in general. But like I feel like this game it's just gonna be fighting 24/7. It's gonna be like rushes all over the place.
Imagine if the surprise did happen and 999 managed to win ROC Esports. I would never predict anything. If they do win 2-0 after ROC Esports playing against some of these stronger teams out there, GG and InnerCircle, 3P, and winning all of these matches and now coming to lose it to the last place on the standings, with all due respect to 999, of course, just be surprised with the season. I'd just throw the paper out there.
Yeah, it might be the hugest, like the most huge upset in the season so far. But like, I want to ask you, like, who's for you? Like, I know ROC Esports like are full of stars, right? But like, who's the player that attract you the most when it comes to ROC Esports? Because like we were talking about Snare, we were talking about like him being the key player. But I feel like this season, Slayer is having an amazing season. Like you can't take him out of the equation because like he had the best clutch in the season so far.
If you just think about it, most of the interviews were with the Slayer,
MVP,
and the way he talks is being confident with it. And I think one of the most underrated. He's not underrated. He takes a lot of credits,
100%.
and he's there. And in my opinion, one of the most underrated players that does not take a lot of credit is Totsen. Totsen is super insane, and I just wish we'd see more of him.
Yeah, see, I mean, the game is finally ready, so Elfish and Bandox have the mic.
Yes, indeed. Hopefully so. Oh, we're straight on into it, which is fantastic. That is exactly how we like it to be going. ROC out the gates, maybe a little bit slow. Someone just taking their time reconnecting to the server, but it doesn't really matter. Slayer straight on in, gets that opening kill on Dimension, and Creed's down below half HP. ROC up against 999. This is the top of the ladder versus the bottom of the ladder matchup. If there's ever to be a one-sided game, it should be this one.
Yeah, you would think so, right? I mean, so there was a lot of thinking going on, right? So not too sure when it comes to these matchups, if it's actually ROC considering testing new things, right? Because I feel like they could also do that in practice, right? There's no point in doing that during the league, right? Because you want to be super secure, you want to gain more points and whatever, right? So I think what's actually gonna happen here is ROC just showing off their best performance on, you know, the maps they're more comfortable on. But obviously, they're not gonna show too many strats, right? They're just gonna go super standard, super basic, right? What everyone does anyway. And sometimes it might work, sometimes it might not work. As you can see right here, it's gonna be Snake and Horus in a clutch, but look at the HP. Everyone from 999 is basically almost dead, right? So I would assume that ROC, you know, they obviously want to win this one, but they're not gonna give it too much of an effort unless 999 has a beautiful day and they really make it a competitive game, right? But we are here to find out. And still an ongoing retake from Snake and Horus, which, you know, takes a little bit longer than I would expect, but Horus had already been spotted here. Now it's Snake from behind, finds the first kill. There's Horus with the second. BYK, who has fixed his camera though, is now in the clutch. 9 seconds to go. The defuse will come through. He will stick it for sure. And yeah, that's a done deal, even though he gets the frag. And yeah, that's round number 1.
Yeah, nice clutch in the end, 2v3. But like you said, there were 3 very, very low HP players. So a super doable clutch for ROC. And they get off on the front foot. So we'll jump into round 2 straight away and see what 999 has to offer us here. They've got a double sniper set up again. Creed's straight onto that one. And Cirrus into the vent as well. So it's not as if 999 aren't throwing the kitchen sink at ROC right now. They're trying everything.
Yeah, I mean, you would assume so, right? I mean, it's still a league match, right? You don't want to go down like that. And we'll see if 999 has anything left in the tank. I mean, this would be insane for them, right? I mean, if they somehow bring down a giant, it would be pretty cool to see, but would it make a difference in the world? Probably not. But, well, we'll see if that's going to be a thing or not. But right now, 999, they make a good way towards the A, and it's going to be Horus. And I remember on Friday, Horus had a beautiful 4K there. Let's see if he's able to get something done again. The flash is good, but it's not going to be good enough. Horus, good for 2, looks for the third, treats. Can't really find anything. Look at that CRS now with the wraparound still. It's not going to be too much, I guess. Snake and Slayer do so much work. BYK left alone, and yeah, this is just ROC's dominance, right? And they are even on the JR side right now, so I'm just looking forward for the BL side, because then the pressure is on.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking solid already. That was crazy from Horus. ROC, when they're up against a weaker team, do tend to just look pretty unstoppable. Totson may have gotten a little bit over-eager there in lockers and will immediately go down to QJK. A missed shot as well from Snare means that BYK is opened up for an angle, and it all falls apart from there. Very quick round from 999. So quick response from them, and they can show ROC that they are at least a contestant in this series.
I mean, it was them making a mistake and contesting down, or actually didn't even hit the lamp, so they're fully exposed, got correct, and they knew, okay, that's our opener. They didn't really, you know, waste any time at all, and yeah, they got it wrong pretty convincingly too. I mean, ROC had no chance whatsoever, but again, it's just one round of many to take, and I mean, I love to see some, you know, competition here. CRS obviously has a great idea about Slayer. He gets it. He gets him down here, but again, so much work to do. And ROC, right now, they look pretty solid, but there's a little bit too much to do, I would almost assume. A missed shot here from Snare. That's insane. Now, all of a sudden, this round, again, could be a very winnable round for 999, but there's Totson. But yeah, it's not going to be enough. Horus, last man standing.
Winnable for Horus, though. He's just that kind of guy.
True.
4-1 right now, but it would have to be an incredibly clean couple of openers here, and it's not going to happen this time. So 999 will get themselves a second round. I mean, the thing about these rounds, though, is they are playing out so much quicker than what we've been seeing in the opening couple of matches of the day. I feel like, you know, sometimes you get some absolute snooze fests of games where it takes a full 2.5 minutes to get through a round. But what I do appreciate about watching ROC, and in this case as well, 999, is that they're not, you know, scared. They're not afraid. They're not messing around. They're going to back themselves and they're going to go in for the fight, and that has worked out for ROC. Snake, he's seen CRS's barrel poking through the door there, so that's going to be a pretty obvious kill for ROC as well as they start to get themselves back on track.
It's almost a little bit uncomfortable to watch. I mean, CRS, obviously, he has been around forever. He should know something like that, but again, not the end of the world, I guess. Good wrap around here. Slayer will find QJK. Creed's left alone, obviously, you know, the best player in the squad. Has been insanely lately. I mean, I would say, even though 99 hasn't had the greatest performance overall, I would still give him the MVP of this team because, again, he's one of the best players, even historically, right? So this guy has a lot on his plate. So again, it feels a little bit sad almost to see him go down like that, but that's just how it is sometimes. And yeah, well, ROC, they take this round in fashion, and it's just looking a little bit too easy for ROC here and there. But again, I feel like 99, they, like you mentioned, they don't play too random, right? They still give it a very good attempt.
Horus looking for a good fight here again, and he'll get it against QJK. Slayer in the meanwhile nabbing Minshen, who was just going charging in towards jail. It's 4v3. 999 aren't exactly playing with the most coordination, but they are playing quickly and they are making ROC work for this. So I appreciate what they're bringing to the table at the moment. Slowed down now.
Yeah, well, they're surely going for another B hit here. Totson, 1-5, hasn't had the greatest time, but luckily the rest of the squad steps it up. They got him in his back, and right now, no, they're really stalling this one out. I mean, this could be a little bit crucial. I'm not too sure if that's the best idea. I mean, right now they have the man advantage, but I think, yeah, it's BYK that isn't even close. He's just waiting for that rotation or for that wraparound. But eventually they have to go. CRS flashed out. He's not going for it either. I mean, now they have all the attention from ROC, and this is surely not what they wanted. I mean, yeah, BYK even gets killed here by Slayer, so now this is a entirely broken round for 999. I mean, unless CRS and Creed, they both find one. No, Horus needs to wait for Slayer before they can go for that retake, but the bomb has to be planted. Horus goes in, doesn't waste any time, and yeah. I mean, again, I feel like 999, they had a great opportunity. They stalled it a little bit too long. I mean, as they were going in, they found 2 quick kills, but BYK was out of the picture, so that's a no-go.
Yeah, just didn't know how to close that one out. Horus certainly did. 4-2 the lead here, and ROC are getting it done on the GR side, which is even more indicative of their dominance. Horus unable to find any really clean frags there. He got himself one, but it took an arduous spray. And now it's on to Snare. He's just going to have to try and do a little bit of aim prac here. I'm surprised, honestly, that 999 are still contesting him in toward B. You could just go straight A, but it's all good. They win the round anyway. 4-3, and another one that just goes in 30 seconds or less.
Yeah, I mean, that's sub-pace. Sub-pace can be very quick. Especially with 999, they tend to play a little bit faster, right? I mean, it can be much slower when it comes to ROC, but that depends on their enemy, right? And ROC is not holding back against 999. I mean, again, maybe not the best player performance here, but still good enough. Right now, CRS and Vents. I've seen that a couple of times in the past. I'll see if that's going to be beneficial or not. Snake, EM4, gets taken out. Beautiful shot here from CRS. That opens up A. They only need to find Horus, and Horus will have a hard time against the rest of the squad. We'll see. I mean, he has been very clutch here and there. He gets 2. That's amazing. He gets 2. That's all the work he had to do. And now Slayer, Totson, and of course Snare. They will have to do the rest of the job here. Totson, not able to find anything just yet. It's actually going to be QJK who finds Slayer first. That's a little bit of a weird fight. I mean, Snare has to find 1 to make things possible. Oh, finally Totson finds another frag. 2 and 8 now. It's not going to be enough for the clutch. Snare now has to go down. He knows one of the players is low, but QJK gets it done though.
That was a good effort from Horus to get 2 there, but not enough in the end. 5-4 is where we're going to end this half, but which way will it lean? We'll have to wait to get the answer. 999 aren't going to make us wait too long. They're so quick into lockers. They are just bringing aggression to this game. They are just testing ROC with their rushes time and time and time again. And in this instance, ROC are going to be able to hold strong. So if you're thinking this one will go to 5, you would be correct. And that is 5 for ROC, of course. So 5-4, GR side. It's a pretty good first half as far as ROC are concerned.
Yeah, the element of surprise didn't really work out here. I mean, they just respect Horus too much on A down, I would assume. I mean, come on, this guy. He's been absolutely clutch. And I don't mind them trying the other side as well, but it's not gonna work out just like that. And yeah, I mean, Snare, he worked his way up in Woods, and CRS obviously gets caught off guard there. And ROC, you know, they don't waste too much time either. I mean, look at that. They already took over a long here and a top and everything. It's BYK and QJK left in the clutch. Beautiful shot onto Snare, looking for a second. He will go for it, but there's so much to do. Totson finally steps it up as well. I mean, he was a little bit quiet for a while, but then he kind of found some kills himself as well. BYK now in the clutch. Slayer and Snake obviously super confident with this one. Unless BYK 9 and 5, he had his moments here and there. We'll see if he will have another one.
He's definitely going to give it a good crack. He's not able to see Snake up in the window there, and Slayer flanks him, so that will be the end of that. Looks like we're getting a really quick map out of 999 and ROC here. 6-4 the score. And Slayer trying to hold off against the control room, the machine room push. While the rest of ROC are going to take some space outside of A in Wood. That has more or less been given to them by 999.
There comes all the utility from ROC. BYK is about to get tested. He misses the first shot. Can he find the second though? It's the question. It's a good angle. He finds it though. Pistol is out. Can he actually find Slayer as well? Can he find the third? Not this time around. Finally gets taken out by Snake, and Creeds finds one as well. But now it's all up to Snare. Bomb has been dropped. QJK gives it up though. I mean, he's low HP, I understand, but could have had a better opportunity downstairs, I guess. But we'll see. Snare, you know, in the past he has been very clutch, and you know, he doesn't need to go for the plant instantly. He knows something is cooking. Timing is super off. I mean, that's super unfortunate. Good for 999 though, but the job is not done just yet. Hold up, hold your horses, München. Can you get it done? I mean, come on, this round, it's super important though. It's insane how this is still not over. I mean, come on, they're dancing around the missile there a little bit. München tries to go for the peak, but it's super dangerous, man. And come on, Snare, he gets it. That hurts.
Yeah, such a clean shot in the end. ROC have another. It's a good effort from 999, but ROC are on another level. 7-4 the lead now. Starting to think about closing this map out. Out through the smoke though goes Snare. Minchen is close up behind it. Big spray from him. Jumps through the smoke. Ambitious. It won't work out this time. And ROC are deep in through the map. It is going to be CRS who will try to hold on to the push. Horus dropping. C4's been left in BL spawn as well, so ROC are going to slow this down. Maybe not there. Going to be forced to slow it down though by Creeds.
ROC looking pretty solid right now. It's a very fast-paced match, not gonna lie. I mean, that's cool. Love to see it. I mean, sometimes fast matches are very cool to watch because so much is happening at the same time, right? And it's almost hard to keep it up. And I mean, this is a perfect example right here. I mean, look at that. Creed's now coming from behind. Finds Snake. That's a good kill. 2 more to go. Totson hasn't had the greatest match so far. Still one of the best players on the ROC roster, sometimes at least, not always. He goes into the vents. I'm pretty sure he got spotted there. I'm not too sure. I mean, Creeds has an idea, so he definitely got spotted there. Totson has a good position to work his way around. But he goes for the fight, which I don't think is the smartest decision here. 3 HP. I mean, one shot to the head could do the trick. He still goes for it. That's insane. I mean, he could just go down for the map, for the plant here, and he will go down eventually here. There you go. Plants the bomb. Retake starts.
It's a tough one to win for Totson with no HP. He's going to give it a crack, though. Has allowed them down the stairs, which will be the problem. They are able to close the distance. Creeds! Quick scope connects. Hang on a minute. Totson, could he get this done? All it takes is a bullet, but the same can be said for QJK. And that is at least 5 for 999. So, no ridiculous clutch this time for ROC.
It still seems like 999 has a great time. I mean, everyone is laughing, everyone is having fun. Ultimately, that's what it's all meant to, right? I mean, if you're having fun, losing sometimes doesn't hurt as much. And so far, it seems like 999, again, has a great time. ROC, now being tested once again, Minchen, with a huge wraparound finds free. That's amazing. That's a good clip right there. Horse takes him out, but that damage has been done clearly. I mean, if 999 gets this round here, this is a very close matchup nonetheless. I mean, it doesn't feel like it. It still feels like ROC has the upper hand overall, but still, if you look at the at the score, it's not that far away, right?
No, you're right. I agree. It just feels as though the rounds which ROC are winning are generally super clean, or they're coming back after a big clutch or something like that. Whereas 999, I mean, they're just kind of sending it, and I don't know. It shouldn't be working necessarily, but it kind of is. Again, another full send up into Wood. Minchen, nice 3-player spray down. Maybe this is the key to beating ROC, or at least challenging ROC, is to play super quick, play their style against them.
I mean, Horace did a great attempt there of saving the round. It was very close, don't get me wrong, but oh boy, that was a little bit too close for comfort. And, well, ROC usually gives one map away. That's just how it is. I mean, they only did it once where they got a 2-0, if I'm not mistaken, right? So that's definitely ROC's thing. They like to give maps away. But yeah, so far so good. 999. They keep it close. Amazingly, I mean, the way they play and the way ROC responds, it's a little bit weird. But Minchen now in a very good position. I'm 100% certain they will clear him out eventually. No, not yet. No. Minchen yet again with a 3K. Looks for the 4th, not gonna find it. Slayer now trying to reduce the damage. He gets 2 though. QJK with a good angle here, not gonna find anything just yet. Slayer just too quick. And Minchen, I mean, that's 6 kills in 2 rounds, right? So that's amazing from him alone. That's a little bit uncomfortable. QJK will find Snare. Slayer left alone. 1v3.
V3 doable. Slayer going to get himself just the first one here. CRS and BYK in for the 2v1, but BYK down now as well, and Slayer is really thinking about giving this one a crack. CRS has been spotted out. It's Slayer 1v3. Oh dear, and that's what I'm talking about. It feels like it should be a 1 round for 999. Minchen won't be pleased. A huge start to the round from him, but can't get it done, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, that's the second time this happened. This time around, they didn't get the victory, so ROC, they definitely keep it close. But 999, I mean, the way they play, it's just amazing to me, especially Minchen. I'm not sure how he does it, but he still finds a way for these multi-frags. 2 3Ks in a row. That's not something you usually see, especially not against ROC, right? So, in the end, it might not matter, because again, ROC just plays a lot better right now, you have to admit it. I mean, Minchen and of course the rest of the squad, they keep it close, but that's only because ROC plays like ROC plays right now, right? So, we'll see if that's gonna be, if that matters in the end, but well, I think ROC, when it comes to these closer rounds, they will just close it down. At least that's what you would expect.
Yep, exactly. It's not quite going to be a guaranteed 9-6 though, as that C4 is going to be dropped. It will be retrieved once again pretty quickly, though, by ROC. And now a 1v3 for BYK to try to negotiate and see if he can do the same as what was done back to him just before. Unlikely, given that he's low HP, and Slayer will finish it off. That's ROC up to 9.
Oh, 9. Yeah, I mean, come on. This is gonna be a quick push here from 999. Let's see if it works out. He gets one. Can he find a second? That would be huge. Not gonna find it just yet. Snake takes him out. And BYK actually gets away with another sniper kill here. So that makes this round a little bit more even, if you would call that. BYK. Good position here with the sniper though, but not gonna find anything just yet as ROC tends to go away here. Yeah, they will just reset and spawn and work from there, I guess. I mean, sure, why not? They will go for the huge wraparound towards I would assume. And yeah, 999, again, they play very aggressive. They get the kills done, but can they close the round? That's the question.
Solo holding the A-bomb site is CRS. She's going to need to get one cleanly here on the entry, and is able to do so. Actually gets a bit of extra damage onto Slayer, which is nice. Flash is going to slow ROC down, but they're not actually interested in hitting the A site anyway. At least not initially. Going to take some pause. And now QJK comes hunting information, finds himself stuck in a 2v1. Good trade though by BYK. Grenade in onto Totson's position will soften that target up a little bit. Puts Totson into the 1-on-1. Doesn't know exactly where BYK has gone, but now that that smoke is looming up in the windows, we're not going to have to worry about that quite so much. So may start to pay a bit more attention to the stairs position.
Well,
oh, and that's too easy.
There you go. That's it. I mean, that's all it takes, ROC. They get it done. I mean, let's call it a close match, a competitive match maybe. But yeah, definitely was entertaining to watch, right? So it's going to be ROC Esports. They take the set number uno. And well, it's going that way. You would assume set 2 might not be much different, right? So I don't know. It's just a little bit weird for me. Anyway, we will go for a quick break, guys. Don't go anywhere. See you soon.
We're not going a break, we're going to the disc. But very convincing match from ROC Esports. I mean, 999, it felt like they were chilling. Like, even like in the player cams, I saw QGK laughing at some point, and the other guys as well. So like, it feels like it's a very chill match.
Yeah, it was. I mean, we did predict this. I mean, let's be honest, man. The first place playing against the last place in any league, in any sport, in any type of competitive environment, that would happen. I mean, why is he in the first place and why is he in the last place? There is this gap. I mean, the 8 teams, the gap is a bit close to each other. It's not that deep, but when it's the first place playing against the last place, surely you would notice a gap. Anyways, I mean, let's highlight some key players, shall we? From ROC Esports, I was impressed from Horus, and he never fails to impress me, honestly. The guy is just super active. He's so present in the game, and you could just feel the presence of his gameplay. He's always here and always getting himself the kills that he needs. Slayer is the same. Overall, the clutches, the 1v1, 1v2s, even the 1v3s, such as Slayer 1v3 in the round 14, it's always there, man. That's what I love about ROC Esports. And you need to keep in mind that this specific map do help ROC Esports to move and to know the angle. Snare, of course, was shining, 11 kills with the sniper throughout half of the game, and ending the game, Horus with 16 kills. So, yeah, I think not much to talk about, honestly, this game. It wasn't one-sided, though. In the early game, I did see a lot from 999. The game was actually going back and forth, till it was 7-4. Then the one-sided game started from ROC Esports. But for 999, we did see some of BYK impressive shots, impressive gameplay. Overall, I was not amazed from 999.
Yeah, 100%. Like their performance was really good, and while I was watching the highlights now, I was watching the timer, and like all the rounds finishes around the 1:30 minute. You know, like it's just like the two teams are playing super aggressive. The rounds are super fast. Even the game, like 10-6, yes, but like it finished really, really quick. And like looking through the numbers, like a Slayer 1.6. I mean, he was. It was like shooting
was
everybody on the sub base. He was a beast, and if you are playing super aggressive style against a player like Slayer, it's pretty risky, and he will punish you.
He definitely was shining, Slayer, and with a high KDA like this, it takes a lot of precision when we speak about the aim side. And for a person like BYK, I think he has what it takes to shine, has what it takes to, take us to Game 3. But sadly, from the performance I'm seeing from Game 1, I don't think we will be reaching a third map.
I mean, let's look, let's give 999 the benefit of the doubt and say that ROC Esports won their map pick, right? The next map pick is Ankara, it's 999's pick.
It's also,
I mean, I know it's ROC.
It's also this comfort zone for ROC Esports. It's even a more of a comfort zone than the first map, I'd say, than Subbase.
Okay.
Because in the Egyptian team, they go for Ankara. You got TBI, you got ROC Esports, and sometimes Anubis. So thing is, it's their map, it's 999 map, but still ROC Esports do know the corners of the map. They like it, they adapt on it. In my opinion, it's just, when I think about it from all ways, it all goes back to ROC Esports.
I mean, 100%. But like, if the two teams are playing super aggressive, what do you think the game plan might be for the? I mean, no game plan, right? In rushing every side, but like
the first match,
I feel like whoever aims better, whoever has the better timing in this game, will just win.
But that's where Slayer comes into the play, no? That's what we saw in the first game. It was, you said it, every round ended in around 1:30 on the minute counter, and because Slayer was just shining. Slayer was just going with the AK, one after another. I think he has two 1v3 clutches. Horus ending the game with 17 kills. So that's what happened in the first game. It was full-on clutch after clutch after clutch. Now, it was super aggressive from both teams. I think 999 should play more of shoulder peaks and should play more of the corner camps, but rather than playing in 1v1 duels, because clearly individual-wise, ROC Esports are a bit better. Flanking did not pay off, or actually it did pay off in a round where Creed got 3 kills, and it was one of the significant rounds for 999. But till when? Because one thing that strength point for ROC Esports is adaptation. Whenever 999 try to play on B, on A, flanking or trying to lurk, ROC Esports is always on the go, and the Raiders just go on and on.
Yeah, and I feel like in such a game, in such a very, very fast-paced game, you cannot practice any strats, right? Because like everyone is rushing everywhere. So like if you're ROC Esports and you want to take advantage of you being 8-0, of you playing against the last place team in the season, in the league, I'm sorry, like it's pretty hard to try and execute any game plan, because like 999 are just like playing like super fast, super aggressive. So like even if you have a strat in mind that you want to execute it, 999 will not give you a chance to do it, right?
For sure, but again, you wanna play aggressive.
Yeah.
You would have Slayer playing aggressive against you, so that's where adaptation comes from. You wanna lurk and flank, you would find Snare with the sniper covering the flank from behind. You wanna lurk and try to split push A and try to play some of the mind games that we see in the CrossFire board. You'd see Horus, Slayer covering the angles. Now, somehow, BYK and CRS managed to break that cycle. Hope they continue on doing so, and maybe you would reach map 3 then.
Let's see if 999 will do an upset over ROC Esports, finish 2-0, Pandex and Elfish have.
Yes, thank you guys for bringing us in, and sorry for the break call earlier. And yeah, it is going to be an interesting map number 2. Ankara is the call, and yeah, like you mentioned, I'm not too sure what to expect. I mean, ROC feels home on pretty much any map if you ask me personally, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it ends up 10-6 on Subbase. I think almost doesn't do enough credit to 999 on that one. They start off well here on Ankara. QJK getting the better of Horus. So we might be in for a little bit of a closer map than we might have anticipated. Totson going to go down early on in the piece. Ned does get a pretty cheeky trade back on in. That is pretty much the entire B site taken, but ROC don't seem aware that this push is still coming through from 999, so they've now lost that C4. There'll be a jump into middle from multiple members, and Slayer's going to have to deal with that. He'll fire off those first shots, but flanking behind him, and Minchen will put him to bed. So looks like ROC will be losing this first round unless Snare pulls off another 1v3.
Yeah, well, surely not. I mean, it's possible. It's not like unusual almost, I would say, but yeah, Minchen will get it done. Also, a well-timed wrap around, right? So this basically secured them the round here in the end. So yeah, 999, they take the first round, and well, if they continue to play with that confidence, I give them a great chance. I mean, again, ROC tends to throw at least one map, right? So maybe.
Yeah, maybe. That trend changed up this week, though. They've already got themselves a 2-0 in the back pocket earlier on in the week, so we'll see what ends up happening here. But well, looking for the entry in through middle, are going to be gifted it by Horus. It's a good start to this second round. They could just barrel in through mid and do whatever they want.
Yep, look at this Minchen. Proactive. Peeks out of a main. We'll get Totson there. Again, Totson not having the greatest day still on map number 2. It's not going to get much better than that. Snake, good reaction here onto CRS. Could have, made the round a little bit more difficult, but will eventually be taken out by BYK. Snare and Slayer now left alone in the clutch. But again, it's a very winnable situation. They're pretty split up right now. I mean, they're not looking forward to anything, and look at A. A's completely open, and I think Creeds will slowly but surely go for a huge wraparound towards Belong because he wants all that information. There you go. And I think if ROC waits a little bit longer, this might actually pay out. This is amazing. Snare. Let's see if he's aware. Misses a shot, though. Doesn't matter. Takes Creeds out, and yeah, now we are almost at a pretty much tied round.
Yeah, 2-on-2 with 37 seconds left to play here. Snare's going to try to accelerate in toward the B bomb site. There's a re-aggression, though, from BYK. Slayer, almost dead, is dead. BYK also caught Snare. So a couple of individual 1v1s being won, or not even 1v1s, really. They were just time. Well, the second one was timing there. And 999 go up 2-0. So ROC starting to look a little bit outclassed here on the second map. They are finding the opening pick a lot of the time, though.
Yeah. But that's, because 99 plays very aggressive. I mean, BYK, the way he peeks there in mid, I mean, yes, but, maybe not. Maybe not. Anyway, ROC looking for a B hit, and somehow 99, they have a correct call here. It's only mentioned towards A, so that's a beautiful idea. Snake not completely blinded by the light, still alive, still able to get the frag here. That's crazy. Slayer. Good for another. I mean, that's a good headshot onto Creeds. Now Minchen left alone. 4-0. This guy. I mean, he really keeps it close. He's really getting all these frags on the board. And yeah, again, ROC, they take this round and they're looking pretty good right now.
Yeah. 2-1 though for 999. They can't be mad about the start. Minchen 5-1 again. He's been actually quite stellar in this series. Contest, though, from CRS is not going to go too well. QJK will also fall. The A-side hit, though, for ROC could still go wrong. They're walking into the crossfire, but no shots being landed initially. It's on to Creeds to try to salvage, and he's done a good job of it, but unfortunately didn't drop the bomb carrier, which still gives ROC time to think about rotating over to A if they want, or over to B if they want, doing whatever they need to. If they would have dropped the C4 into the side, it could have been a different story.
Yeah, now they're just stalling this push a little bit to give 99 too much time to think. BYK eventually with the wraparound. The timing is great, but yeah, Creeds, he will be taken out. And just like that, this round, for 999 is falling apart. I mean, BYK also 3-1, so he's definitely hitting shots though, but whoa, okay, Snare, that's amazing.
Two. Rock's still trying to put one foot in front of the other at this stage.
Yeah. You know, it's also interesting. You have Snare peeking on A long with the sniper, and there's no utility at all. I mean, usually you always smoke off A main. They don't do it. Not too sure why. Maybe they just want all the vision. Maybe they want to be exposed. But it also gives all the attention towards B, right? Not too sure if that's the key plan here. I mean, 999 so far, again, 2 rounds, pretty good. But I'm not too sure about this round here from ROC. I mean, again, they fake A little bit. Then they go back to middle. It's a little bit weird for me, but there's probably a plan behind that. I mean, again, 999, they still hold on to their B hold, and I like the decision because it might just pay out unless ROC will go for something else.
Well, patience, a real virtue right here. As it would seem. It's a pretty good setup from 999 to deal with a B hit, though, from ROC. So if they do end up going there, man, they are going to be in for a weird one. That's, speaking of, quite a strange engagement as CRS will go down to Slayer. Now the B side opening is perfect for ROC as they get the 2 that they need. Totson and Horus getting Creeds and BYK. Snare out of the picture as well. But it's not really going to matter. A 4v2 post-plant. Slayer! He should have probably gone down there. At the end of the day, win's a win and ROC are happy to take it. And is a third for themselves.
Back in we go. It's a little bit of a weird way to go down for CRS. I'm not too sure what happened there, but well, he surely scratched his head after that one. Ooh, let's go there. That guy is amazing. I mean, come on. It's way too easy for him. No, BYK under pressure, not gonna be able to hold down. Look at this. Once again, this is a good position here to be in. Slayer. Not gonna go for a second here, I think, unless... No, he's gonna go down. No scope from QJK from that range. That's amazing. That's incredible. Anyway, 1v4. They are going for a hunt here. He finds one, takes out Snare. Looking for one more. He jumps in. Not gonna find it though. He goes down. And yeah, that's a round for ROC.
Yeah, seems like they've finally found their feet on this blacklist side. It was a bit of an awkward start, but now they're getting rolling back on into it. 4 rounds in a row. Another default setup from ROC. Bit more aggression out through middle and a bit of aggression out from 999 on the B side of the map. He's going to get the better of Snare. Just layers still to worry about, but BYK's also fallen over on A. All right, guys. This is not how you play a BL round. Just lots of individual duels being taken all over the map, and they're all being lost. So, ROC, you have to go back to square one and figure something out, because that round was not thoroughly impressive.
Nope. Not at all. This round was a little bit too fast. Not too furious, though. But, Slayer. I mean, there's still a good chance that, you know, ROC might take this one, but obviously there's so much work left to do. CRS doesn't really need to, you know, fight that, but QJK will get the job done, and of course BYK on the other side as well. It's a clean round here from 999, but obviously it was pretty much given to them, so yeah, they take it.
Snake going to try and get quickly into Hotel, and he will be successful in doing so. You got Horus there sweeping through. In addition, there's multiple players of ROC just kind of charging in the direction of 999. This should be a pretty nicely timed nade from Creeds. It won't keep him alive. Softening the targets up a little bit. Not really much to write home about, as QJK will not hit his shots, and Snake will take him down as well. CRS, his position now noted on the site. Numbers are even for the moment, but not for long, as those quick kills do come through. Minchen tasked now with the clutch. It was 1v3. He brought it back to 2. But he will not do any more than that, and it'll be a 5th now for ROC.
Get another very fast pass round here. Look at that. Oh boy, that's quick. Horus and Snare all find 2 quick kills, and it's not even ending there. Creeds, and of course, QJK, they do a great job. But damage has been done as well. Let's see what they have left in the tank here. It requires a lot, but they get it done. Snake will go down as well, and now all of a sudden we are back to an even ground. But Slayer will do a fantastic job. I mean, QJK was pretty deep in there. He could have backed off, but didn't really consider to do so. QJK, I like this, but it's not gonna go through just like that. The smoke is not in a perfect position, and yeah, ROC yet again, they take a good round.
Pretty good half in the end, to be honest, from them. 6-3. I'll swap over to the second. See if they can close this one out cleanly, or if 999 are going to get up to their usual shenanigans on this BL side. They were playing a really fast BL side on sub base, and I wonder if we'll get the same here on Ankara. It doesn't look like they're going to be given the opportunity, as ROC try to push the pace themselves. Horus will go down early. ROC have taken all that space outside of A, but 999, if they read into that, could very easily call a B hit.
Yeah, I mean, they could. Don't really want to just yet. Slayer will go in with that flash. QJK holding that angle didn't really hit anything just yet. And I mean, what is happening? They know they are pushing a long, and they're not interested to move whatsoever. And now they want to move, but now it's too late. Now there's Totson, and he gets it done. And like you said, I'm not really sure what's happening here, but maybe QJK with a cool collateral. Not gonna happen. It almost feels like, you know, 999 is not really trying, but it's rough to say so. But it was clear A long was fully being pushed, right? So not too sure what happened there.
It's going to land on the head of Snake, but not a huge concern for him, as he's happy to take that mid control. The smoke's up, keeping ROC pretty safe for now. Huge nade stack onto QJK, and if it wasn't enough, a headshot from Slayer as well will finish the job. Again, ROC have got the player advantage in this one.
It's almost a little bit uncomfortable here. CRS seems like he gets away. He will even find a frag. That's good. Minche will find one as well. Hello, Totson. Totson again. He's not having the greatest day, but Minchen does. Another 3k from him. Make it 3. I think it's 3 in total, right? So yeah, Minchen definitely having a good time today, even though they are not looking too great when it comes to the round numbers. But Totson, yeah, I mean, Totson is doing weird things in my eyes, because I feel like usually Totson is one of the better players, but not today.
Yeah, today he's having a real rough one, that's for sure. But it happens. Everyone's allowed to have a bad day, and of all the days to have a bad day, today's probably it. You know, this game against 999 for ROC is, well, it should be a formality. It's actually making them work a little bit harder than we honestly thought that they would be required to, but they're still kind of getting it done. 7-4 may quickly turn 8-4 as we go back to the 3-on-3.
Quick B push it is. 999. Yeah, a little bit off with the call here, but Sierra still get it done. Trades are not given at all. I mean, Todd's in good positioning here, gets 2. That's a huge clutch factor in this round, unless BYK finishes the job anyway. But Totson does a great job. He wraps around. He goes for the huge wrap around here. Doesn't really need to go right instantly onto B again. BYK will pick up the bomb eventually. And we'll go for a plant. And Totson, he just has to wait and stall this a little bit longer. But now he has the info. He knows where the bomb is. He saw him as well. That's insane. Okay. So now he has all the information he needs. And that's going to be bad for BYK. Totson, is he going for the plant? Okay. And for the defuse, he's actually going for the wraparound as well. It's a little awkward to see. So he's a little bit confused now. Rightfully so. 20 seconds on the board. That's going to be a little bit awkward now. That's weird. BYK he actually gets it done. Okay, I mean, the wraparound worked out. Well, Totson, once again, not really feeling it today. But, I mean, in this situation especially, I would say that everyone would have been a little bit confused.
Yeah, I thought he was just going to sit the defuse, to be honest. But opted not to. And, again, we roll into another round number 13. And Totson solo holding the A bomb site while the rest of ROC look to take map control elsewhere. It's a rough spot to be in if you're Totson, you know, not having a fantastic day. He's 11-7 for this map, so it can't be too bad.
True.
But eventually does get some assistance from Snake just to shore things up over on that side.
Yeah. Honestly, it feels like he's not having a great day, but the KD says otherwise, right? I'm actually surprised too. Didn't really notice that, but yeah, we'll see. It is going to be an A hit here from 999. They're just preparing some utility. That's a good smoke in their way. Snake turns away from the flash. That's insane. Now, this might not work out too well unless Minchin has something else in store. It's not gonna happen though. BYK last man standing gets taken out as well. That's a clean round.
Take it. 8-5. This is a gap that is starting to close and are not in a good way for 999. It's the gap to the victory for ROC now requiring only 2 rounds. We'll take a bit more of a reserved approach to start things off here, but Snare will be under a bit of pressure. He's got Totson on the alternate angle in the vent to watch and assist. That's going to work out okay. Player advantage once again for ROC to start things off.
Yep. 2 more to go. That's a first kill for Creeds. Finds Totson. Again, Totson. Always him. Unlucky, I guess. Okay. Well, Snare in a good position here. Nate is not gonna do too much. Still holding that angle though. BYK. His confidence. Still not broken just yet. But he will go down eventually, Snare. Good timing. Takes him out. And now the rest of the 999 squad. They're looking for answers and they were not giving any. This point, it's just hard to tell where to go. I mean, you could go anywhere, but look at this map control here from ROC. I mean, they got everything covered. They know as soon as someone tries anything, something's gonna happen. But Snare, he will go down. This gives a little bit of information to ROC, but it's still, look at this. Everyone is playing solo right now, so it's a little bit awkward. Horse, good push here. The timing is a bit off, but gets at least 1. That's good. Creeds finds the kill onto Horus. So now the question is, how long is 999 going to stall this one in front of a long? But it seems like if they get the kill onto Snake, this could be very well their round, but they need to find it as soon as they can. Another no-scope from QJK. That's a second one as well. Slayer will instantly trade him out, but look at the timing. 30 seconds on the bomb. Creeds will get the bomb plant, and that's a retake situation now.
Yeah, and Creed's very capable of winning this one. Super experienced player. He's going to work his way back in toward GR. He's going to have a look. Doesn't see anything coming through from there, so not 100% sure at this stage where Slayer's coming from, but getting a bit of an idea that it's probably not GR spawn, so he'll right back to the standard position that you do like to hold right on those stairs, and Creeds gets the positioning over Slayer. Wins an important clutch for 999. They're still in this game.
And And again, I have to mention it, the guys are really feeling it today. They're really laughing and having a good time, right? So, don't mind it, but the game is not over just yet. Look at this, they're all sitting in spawn right now, so that's interesting. They have an idea, they know ROC is super aggressive right now, so they don't want to give them anything just yet. But the question is, what can they do from there? I mean, no one is going to push into their spawn. ROC hasn't really done that. Really? That's a little bit of info. BYK spots one in mid, but that's not uncommon either. So this round is going to tick down for a while, but look at this. ROC has an idea. They stack towards B. That's a beautiful kill onto QJK. The question is now, what is 99 going to do about this?
Oh, that'll help. Wonder if this is going to prompt anything from Horus. If he pushes out A at the right timing, he could clear that entire side of the map, but not opting to do so. Just sort of jiggling on the line in the vent. Once again, ROC are going to be made to work for another round. Slayer, you don't want to see him go any further forward right now. BYK holding on that line. There's going to be a push anywhere. It should be on A, not on B. It doesn't look like there's going to be a push anywhere. And it's going to be up to 999 to force the pace a little bit here. Snake tagged down to a one-shot. Very, very close hold here for Slayer. Could be difficult for BYK to deal with that. And now that Snake's coming through, he's going to look for the info. He's going to play the bait game, but it's not going to matter. The headshots are good enough from BYK. And, well, that should be the round again for 999.
Horus in a 1v3. BYK barely standing, so a good shot onto him could do the trick, but he's not in the picture just yet. Horus now been spotted here from CRS. The flash will not do anything, and yeah, Greets will take him out, and we're getting close to a dangerous number, honestly. I mean, again, ROC, they tend to throw a map, but it's not necessary here. I feel like they could just play it more safe and more, let's say, more secure, but they don't really do that right now. I mean, look at Snare. Goes for a huge swing, is flashed though, so he can't really continue with that. But, you know, you might get the first entry here, but it's not necessary, you know? So it's a little bit dangerous, especially at this match here. See that? Minchin, he goes in, he's full with confidence, right? Because he's full with confidence because he knows he has nothing to lose, and that's the way it goes, right?
Right, well, ROC need to lock in now. They've had their fun. This has been a bit of a back and forth match again. But don't want to be dropping this map. I mean, this is literally the bottom team in the ladder right now. ROC should not be dropping a map to them. Should not even really be close. I think they've been sort of taking it pretty lackadaisically, and that's all well and good as long as you do actually lock in and close it out when push comes to shove. Right now, 4v5 doesn't bode well. This might be an 8th round for 999. They have mid control. They are going to be able to rotate back from A to B if they want to, though. Presence is going in the direction of A. And Slayer will start to have a bit of a look for some info in middle. BYK maybe there with the sniper rifle in tow to check it out. Totson gets a cheeky timing on QJK. Doesn't see anybody else outside A, though. And that may inform the rotates of ROC here, though they're not getting to the B hold just yet. Slayer's going to get aggressive into middle. Nicely timed. Drops the head of BYK. Now needs to turn around and try and deal with Minchen. Horus has gotten Creeds in the meanwhile, lurking around on the other side. It's 3v2. It's still winnable here, particularly with Minchen alive, but now that he's been taken down, it comes to the sniper rifle of CRS to make anything happen.
Yeah, 20 seconds on the board. Has to plan it. We take Snake and Totson. Totson on 16 kills, by the way. He's really stepped it up a lot. I mean, all that criticism, and he is 16 and 10. Let's say that's a little bit interesting. So he managed to turn himself around. He really stepped it up big for his team, and yeah, even in this round there were some, you know, crucial mistakes from 999. I mean, Minchen, he had a great shot onto one of these ROC players. He had to chase him down to get him. So that was a little bit weird, but let's see. There's still a lot to lose for ROC. if 99 is somehow able to get 2 rounds in a row, but we'll see if that's actually going to be the case. And you can really tell that ROC, they play a little bit more slower, right? I mean, yeah, right now they're pushing, yes, but in the last round, they were not giving 99 anything at all. Just some sharp peaks, unable to get anything, right? So, yet again, Minchin goes down to Totson here, and this might be it.
Yep, this is the beginning of the end for 999 unless they can pull up a big clutch, and Horus is going to make that more difficult, although he will lose his life. Totson fighting for his in main. QJK getting a few more shots off. It's all of a sudden back down to 2-on-2, but Totson wrapping in behind QJK and then goes for the fight here against Creeds. There's a flash. It's a beautiful flash right into the face of Creeds. He gets one onto Slayer, but not enough, and ROC will finish at the job. And just like I said, you need to be able to close those out as the better team, and that's what they did. They kind of had their fun, but when push comes to shove, when it gets close, ROC lock in and finish it off 2-0.
Yeah, finally another 2-0 for ROC. I mean, you would expect it against 999, but it was looking a little bit too close for comfort here and there, right? So yeah, they get it done. 999, they also had their fun, I guess, but they will lose once again. They're not looking too good. Even though Creeds has a good time, but I feel like today it was more Minchin than Creeds, right? So
it was definitely Minchin, yeah.
Oh yeah, Minchin really got it done there. But guys, we are done. At least the casters, right? So we are out. So have some fun with the desk.
Thank you, Bandux. Thank you, Alfish. And ROC Esports managed to finish 2-0 as expected.
Sir.
I mean, they were having their own fun in the maps, but like they managed to close it out.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's the stronger team against one of the weaker teams out there. I think it's a good practice match for 999 for the upcoming tournaments. And as a team, look, as a team and individuals, they are good, solid, yet they need to go back to the drawing board, see what's wrong, what can we do better. Watch and learn from ROC Esports, watch the VODs, see how can we establish, how can we find the right path for ourselves to, you know, get some rounds in instead of being in a bad position, in a bad scenario. At the end of the day, ROC Esports do manage to, you know, give themselves another win in the pot and stay undefeated, while 999 is struggling to get another win. I think that makes 999, if I'm not mistaken, out of the playoff scenarios. Not quite sure.
I mean, it's pretty rough. We're not sure 100%.
Yes.
We're not sure 100% if they're out yet or not. But like being 1-8, it's pretty rough. Even if you're not out of the equation yet, it's pretty hard to come back from such a situation. And like even the players, like it feels like they're just chilling. You know, like even if they're losing, you don't see like some tension on the cam.
Yeah.
You know, like you don't see this type of reactions.
The
that
frustration does not show.
The
on
reaction
their
that you
faces.
used to see when you're losing, right?
Yeah, there are a lot of frustrations on their faces, not a lot of upsets. I mean, going with a good mentality, knowing your opponent, and understanding and respecting the differences and the level of competitiveness is such a solid strategy for Team 999 or Team ROC Esports entering the match. ROC Esports now have a bigger mission, which is what's next for them, or the AWC, or even playing again against the big Classico against GG or InnerCircle. But for 999, big question remains, will they find their second win?
I mean, will they? It's a big question. And like for ROC Esports, they have to be practicing. They have to be looking for like the long term. You know, like they're going to play against potentially like other teams in EWC, and like they have their own play style. Bingwin said yesterday, like we don't have the diversity yet for ROC Esports as a team, and that's what they are working on in terms of the map V2 at least, and they have the space. That's what that's the advantage, the main advantage that's with ROC right now, because like they are away from second place. I think 3 wins away. Maybe even 4 after this game. So like they have a buffer. They have a buffer that they can use to practice some new maps, to practice some new strats. I mean, maybe today it was not the case because like 999 were playing like the super aggressive, chaotic
Yeah.
play side in a way, so they were not able to practice. But maybe in other matchups, they can practice more maps, they can practice other strats, looking forward to the next tournament.
And you will play against, for Triple Nine, of course, you play against some of these stronger teams out there. You just get adapt to their play style and improve slowly but surely. I mean, the difference between Triple Nine Season 1 and Season 2 is clear and visible for any other viewer, for the average viewer. It's transparent to say that Triple Nine do improve season by season. Let's talk more about this summary, shall we? The Snake
Totson.
and Totson coming on with 1.20 and 1.90 KDA, almost 2 KDA. Totson shining once again. And in my opinion, he's one of the most underrated players that does not get enough credits. Totson, 1.90, but for Triple Nine, BYK again with it, with the 1.09 KDA.
Yeah, in terms of the KDs, the one that's shining the most is Totson. Like he's the one that that's pretty apparent in terms of the KD, that he had an incredible set, and we saw this in the map as well. He had some amazing touches, amazing plays throughout the map, and it's pretty good for ROC Esports, because every game or every match for ROC Esports, I feel like there is a different MVP. There is a different guy that's shining from these players, and it's pretty good for them. And the MVP again and again and again, Slayer.
We did talk about him earlier, saying that he's one of the most, if not the most talented player in ROC Esports. I mean, man, just look at the roster of ROC Esports. You have Horus, who's scary enough. Slayer, one of the best snipers, and now Slayer, the MVP. Over and over again. Totson with a high key, a killing machine, and Snake. The names just speak for themselves, being these scary names, these scary atmospheres that we just witness more and more and more. I don't know what's next for ROC Esports, honestly, but predict for them a bright future. They are going all in the league.
Yeah, 100%. And like you said, Slayer, I mean, let's take a look at the standings really quick before going to Slayer again. ROC Esports are 9-0 now in the league,
Ooh,
like we said, and they are 4 wins away from second place. That's what I'm saying. They are very, very far ahead from everyone else. Meanwhile, from the second place to the 7th place, it's only 2 wins diff, so any team can go to the top 4. I mean, the shape of the standings, or the shape of the league, is getting more clearer after every week. So far I feel like this season it's still very competitive. Maybe ROC Esports took a big lead, but every other team is pretty close to another.
That is true for sure. And keep in mind, weaker teams can climb. They can climb. We did see Anubis in their first season, how they struggled at first, then slowly became one of the top 4 teams. That's what I really wish for TBI and the weaker teams out there.
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of stories and a lot of games coming, but for this week, that was it. We hope you guys enjoyed the stream, and have a good rest and have a good night, and see you later.